Hi, Sophia.
If you want to go ahead and shift us over and let anybody else in. This is a time for getting to know people and giving them an opportunity to network and get to know us and get to know each other. And Lori, if you can make me a co-host also.
You are.
Okay. So
There aren't any more people.
Okay.
I think we're all here. I mean, we're not all here, but.
Well, we have other board members that'll join as they're able. And so the Zoom has the option to do little private meeting rooms. So if any of you need to talk with each other or you get into a great conversation and you want to move it into a small room, just let me know and I'll set up a little room for you. And then you can come back from the little room to the main room anytime you want.
Okay. Lori, I think Lauren, I think I'm set with what I need to present, right? I don't need to go in a room.
Okay, awesome.
What do you think?
Well, I'm gonna go on the website now and try to pull out what we talked about, and I'll just, do you want me just to email it to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lori, is it 50 members including me, or is it 51?
It's all of us. No, wait, 51 now. Well,
I
just
renewed today.
Okay, then it'll be 51. You're correct.
Woohoo! I figured that I better be like in the right standing if I'm going to be being voted back in, huh? If I'm going to be voted back in.
If. Okay.
I think we'll need to sing for entertainment. Lauren?
Lauren and Ukasha.
I vote Ukasha. Sing us that song you did last time.
Oh, yeah.
Ukasha is the grand champion of Somali karaoke.
Oh, yes. That was 2019 BC, before Corona.
That's a good one. Before Corona.
I can't see you. I can just see that you're ahead. I mean, like, oh, there you are. But you're on mute.
Oh, yeah. Unmute yourself.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I am streaming from my phone so I can type on my laptop.
Wow.
Nice to see everyone. And right now I am putting in attendance. So Louisa, hello, and thank you for the greeting. I appreciate that.
I was just wanting to say hi. I haven't seen you in ages.
I know. Last time I saw you were with your beautiful horse.
Oh, yeah. That's where I would love to be today. Maybe tomorrow. Linda, is it Linda? Rost? Is that your name?
Maybe she's muted.
Yeah.
Hi, Linda. How are you? I'm Lauren.
Oh, here we go. I gotta admit.
Or maybe
Andre.
the voice is kind of not going to her.
I don't know. Oh, that's the deal. She can't hear.
Yeah.
Hi, Andre. Oh, it's Andre.
Hi, Andre.
Oh, hi, Andre. Welcome.
Hi, Andre.
Okay.
There's a DeAndre. There's an Andre.
Yeah.
Don't mix them up. Don't mix them up.
And then who else is there? Is this Andre as in your Andre? I mean, not your Andre, but.
Yeah, my Andre, mine. We gotta unmute Andre. Yeah, let's see if I can unmute him. There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, he's got the pro set up there behind him.
Laura, you know this is what we do, right?
Yeah, I know.
That's such a good picture of Regina.
It is.
So professional. I don't know why, but I can't get mine. I can get it when I use my phone, like the picture, but it won't accept it. I don't know why I can't get my picture to populate.
Yeah, this is it is my professional picture, and thank you for the compliment. It's on my Google, my Gmail, my Google
Yeah.
account. And so I didn't do anything intentionally. It just kind of happened that way, and I'm glad it did.
Yeah. I just wonder why mine doesn't do that.
I couldn't get mine to do it either. Don't feel bad.
But on my phone, it does.
Oh, okay.
So that might be, I wonder if that's Linda's phone. Linda, can you hear us? I think you're on mute. Unmute. Are you there now?
Let me see if I can unmute
Yes.
her.
Can you hear
There
me?
we go.
Is your phone number ending in 4163?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh,
Okay, so you're the speaker. You're using the video, and then you're using the phone. Because
Yeah, for some reason I've never done that on Zoom before. It's odd, but that's what they told me I had to do.
Do you have speakers on your computer?
Yes, and I've always used. I use Zoom a lot, and I always have. I always have it.
So
it's always
strange.
been on my speaker, but it said I could not on this, so I called the numbers.
For you.
I had to call.
And you could put it on speaker instead of holding it to your
On
ear.
my
You
phone,
might
I
get a
can.
bad arm.
Yeah. Yeah. I already have that. I will.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, pleased you're here. Juneteenth and allies. I like that in the background. Andres. I went to Juneteenth in the Target parking lot at Lake Street yesterday.
Oh.
It was fantastic.
I think I saw you there on the video stream.
What's that?
I think I saw you on the video stream there. No.
You're joking. That has happened though, where I've ended up on the TV, and people said, I saw you at such and such. And I'm like, don't be ridiculous. And it actually was, because it was an event such as that. But it was just a very bizarre experience because there was I used to live in that neighborhood, Longfellow neighborhood, and I was visiting with a friend and helping her with yard work right on the same street as I was on, that I used to live on 30th. So I used to live at 28, 29, 30th, so very much in that community. And then my friend is on the other side, the south side of Lake Street. So we're working in her yard, and so we walked over, and it's just so devastating to see the buildings that were my buildings. They were not mine, but the community. And then what was even more crazy was we had dinner together at Himalayan, and it felt so surreal because right across the street is this massive mural that says I can't breathe. And I didn't know if I should be there, but yet at the same time I'm reinvesting in community, because there's so many businesses that were lost. So it was just unbelievable strength. And then you could hear the incredible music down the street. So that was my experience yesterday. Hi, Brenda.
Hi.
Is it okay if I rename you?
Hi, Brenda.
Hi.
Can I rename you?
No, I'm Brenda.
No, I'm good. What am I named?
Well, I'm just going to write your real name so that people can see that you're Brenda Burnside, right? And that you're a board director. If people come that aren't, did I get that right?
I don't see it. I'm on my phone.
Oh, did I spell that right, everybody?
Yes, you did.
You're not named, Lori.
I'm conflict resolution min.
Brenda,
I don't think I can name you.
On your phone, if you click on where it says participants, or whatever the little thing that you open up at like the little menu thing at the bottom middle of your screen. Then it'll let you select participants and then you can rename yourself.
Well, she already did it.
Oh, okay.
That's why I asked permission. Was that okay?
Fine.
And she went away. Are you going to write your name, Lori?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Oops, I misspelled my own name. Let me try it again. Let me try it again. Going too fast. There we go.
So Louisa, I emailed you what we were talking about with the numbers.
I just looked at that chat. Thank you. I'll take a look.
So for those that just joined us, we're in our socializing and networking time. Our members ask us to do a little bit more time for people to get to know each other, get to know the board. If we were in person, it would have been the, mingling around the room and exchanging business cards kind of time. On Zoom, we do have the option for little breakout rooms. So if you do want to talk to somebody and have a little conversation, just let me know and I can put you into a little breakout room and then you can bring yourselves back to the main room anytime you want. And we can also just talk in the main room too. So just letting you guys know about the capabilities here. And then at 4:30, we'll start our annual meeting.
So what did others do for Juneteenth, either yesterday or today, or were there any other observances or methods you reached out to folks on Juneteenth?
I actually Zoom Juneteenth. So I'm Nicole.
Hi, Nicole.
Hello. And so we talked about Juneteenth and what Juneteenth meant and the meaning behind it. Very impactful this year due to all the things that are going on around the country and around each different city. And just enjoyed it. It was really, it was different than last Juneteenth. Most Juneteenth is music, you have art and you have vendors and stuff, but this year it really focuses about reconciliation and unity. And then it was different because we were all Zooming. So that was different for me this year.
That's cool.
And I just watched things online myself. The city had a Zoom program that they did virtually, and I watched a little bit of that and just kind of celebrated with my kids. I went over to Minneapolis, over in North Minneapolis. They had something right at the Cub Foods, but it was just a small event, and it was kind of like pop-up, little pop-up events all over the place. They're doing it today too, actually, but I just kind of drove around some of that.
So I live in Rochester, Minnesota, and yesterday we had a conversation, which is kind of why you see the backdrop behind me. We had a conversation on Juneteenth and allies, and so part of the questions or part of the conversation that we had is, if allies had spoken up, would Juneteenth have ever been necessary? And so part of that conversation was, yeah, if folks had, so there were, white people who were in the know who, for whatever reason, and, I believe it was purely economic, but for whatever reason did not inform or make sure that folks were cognizant of the fact that liberty had come. And so, so really talking about the value of allies and speaking up and whatnot, given Juneteenth. So that was a fun conversation to have.
Well, I think that's also still the case, right? So people always have the opportunity to speak up. And I think that one of the reasons that many injustices and inequities still exist is not because white people, fail to be around other people, but it's because they don't want to have those hard conversations in the spaces that matter, like in their own personal circles of influence. So I think until that happens, none of these things are going to change. Unfortunately, I think it has to be one conversation at a time, and sometimes it's going to happen house to house. It's going to happen at kitchen tables, at holiday events and things like that. But people have got to start, speaking up for the injustices that they see and saying that, we want something different.
Yeah.
But usually people just go along and they laugh at the jokes and they, all of that kind of thing. And as long as we do that, I don't think anything is going to change. Doesn't matter how much we protest or boycott or burn down or whatever.
So and it's really funny because that was like one of the pieces of allyship, right? So allyship isn't something that I get to call myself. It's the people that I'm walking alongside that actually call me ally, right?
Right.
So so if you're not, it's cool that you walk with me at a protest or you stand up for my stuff, but actually, can you stand up for me at Thanksgiving? At that dinner table, in the moment of that joke, that's where allyship really manifests itself as most valuable. So.
Yeah. And actually, I'm sorry, I haven't met you. I'm not sure who you are. Who am I speaking to?
I'm just a guy.
Okay.
Brenda, this is Andre Koen. I've worked for him for about, 13 years, 14 years, Andre.
Yeah.
Been a long time.
The other half of my brain.
Oh, that's scary.
For both, right?
No wonder there's no room left in there.
Hey, Andre.
Yes.
I'm Regina Seabrook. I also live in Rochester.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
Hi, Regina.
Hi, Brenda.
I haven't seen you in forever.
I know. I miss being able to see people three-dimensionally.
Yes. Are you social distancing or quarantining or what are you doing?
No, I go into the office.
Oh,
we have a small office, so we can social distance pretty well in there. But Brenda, I'm more of an introvert and I'm a homebody, so I'm just living life.
Okay, all right. But good to see you or good to hear you. I see only your picture.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is the year of the introverts. We extroverts, we are climbing the doors.
I'm a bit of an introvert myself. I love this.
See, I don't mind it at all.
Although I do what I have to do, if I need to go out, I can do it. So
the other day my friend was asking me, he said, I'm an introvert, and I was just planning for the whole year. What are you guys doing? And I was like, we're just climbing the doors and the windows and kind of shouting. Yeah, we need to breathe out. And so good for you guys.
Although I have a whole stack of books that I'm waiting to get to. I've read 2 or 3 of them.
What are you reading?
Right now I'm reading All American Boys and Stamped.
Okay.
Because I heard some interviews about them, and I had not actually read the book. So right now, literally, I'm reading that one. But just reviewing the new Jim Crow and some of those things too, and pulling some things from it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I've been doing a lot of community conversations and healing circles.
Very cool. So I just I was on Facebook this morning and I saw a guy. His name is Gary Chambers Jr. Have you heard of him?
Mm-hmm. I think I've heard the name.
Yeah, he's in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I like him. He's a truth teller.
Oh, really? What truth did he tell that resonated with you?
Well, the one thing that I watched this morning, he was talking to city council, and he was testifying that he wasn't in favor of a tire shredding factory going into a predominantly Black district, his district. And he said, you know, usually what happens is, you know, basically all of the hazardous waste type facilities come in our neighborhood, but then when a product is turned around and created, it's sold in the more affluent part of town.
Yes,
And
you know what, I read about that.
Yeah, and he said, you know, I'm not opposed to, you know, there being a tire shredder. I just don't think it needs to be in our district, given what we already have. And the way he just communicated it, I just thought, good for you. You know, good for you.
Yeah, it's been so much of that stuff coming up that I've seen just across the board. Just little things that are popping up, different stories that we don't always hear about. So yeah, that was interesting.
Hi, Kathleen. I'm just saying hi to people. It's Kathleen, who I don't know yet.
Oh yeah, we do have a few other people on the call.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Raymond's here. Hi, Raymond.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm in a tent right now. I've just been bunkered down from some pretty heavy rain.
Oh. He's camping. Don't be bragging.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been nice.
Where are you on a lake, Raymond?
Mississippi River.
Oh, okay.
Can you turn your volume up a little bit?
Yeah, I think so. Let me see.
We'd love to hear.
Better? I've never done this on my phone before.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you had
Figured
something ruffling it.
Isn't it amazing how we can be in different places? I mean, the conversations that I've had with people over these last months. I went to unfortunately, my mother passed away in the last month, and I tried to participate on a Zoom funeral when I ended up being thrown into a breakout room, and I didn't get to see the whole thing. I know, isn't that awful? I can laugh about it now, but it really is not. It was horrible. I was having an absolute freak out.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, 10 days later, I had a convening of 50 people who loved my mother as I did, and in different ways. And they were from South Africa, all the way to the UK, where I'm from, and then friends and family all over the US. So it was really powerful. That was a good experience. The funeral was not. It's just a challenge.
Sorry for your loss.
Yeah, thank you. It's just amazing how we're living on this technology and all the crazy things that happen with technology when they don't work, but when they do work. Actually, some friend of mine from Somalia, from Mogadishu, came as well, which was quite. Oh yeah, Fokasha, Azana Passan. I don't know if you know her.
Yeah, shout out.
Then you should. She's living in Somalia now, working with women, particularly around equity in elections.
Wow.
And just such an incredible person.
Yeah, the whole world is virtual right now.
Hey, Lori.
Well,
yes.
Lori, did you send the invite by email as well, or just on the phones? I was going to switch over to my computer.
Oh, I can.
Okay, yeah, if you could shoot it to me, I'll just at some point switch over, just so I don't have to hold the phone.
I think I did, but instead of having you look for it buried.
Well, no, I can just search for you if.
No, it's
No,
right
you know
here.
what day you sent it?
Ooh, we got fireworks going on over here. Oh. Did you get it? I didn't put anything in the subject line, but.
Okay. No, it's not. I haven't gotten it yet.
Oop, somebody here.
I got it.
I am unmuted.
Hey everybody, 4 minutes until we start the annual meeting.
Did you have an agenda to share, Lauren?
Yes, I do. We're gonna, I guess we can drop it in the chat now. We'll copy it, and then we'll want to put it in right when we start the annual meeting too.
So shall I put on the chat or?
Yeah, go ahead and drop it in the chat. I'm just getting some technical stuff set up here in the background, but I've been listening to you guys' conversation. Juneteenth, I think, Andre, you asked about what we did on Juneteenth yesterday. I was over at the Capitol. They had some pretty powerful speakers over there. I was over there the day before also. Nakima Levy-Pound spoke, and then I was there yesterday, and it was 2 different groups that had kind of planned the space at the same time, and so we ended up getting to hear both, which was really interesting. And then I went over to the candlelight vigil over at the pop-up cemetery.
Yeah, go ahead. Do your name.
It was really interesting because at the beginning of the day, I contacted my employer and said, you know, there's kind of a call for employers to make this a holiday, like a paid holiday. And I was actually really surprised that my employer decided to go forward with it, and they sent out sort of an immediate announcement to everybody saying, sorry, it's last minute, but we've decided to let you all have the day. And if you have any meetings scheduled, let us know and we'll try to cover your meetings for you. I thought that was really great.
That is great.
So, and of course they said, you know, they encourage people to do something in honor of Juneteenth, to go and listen and learn and whatever, you know, whatever we felt was something in honor of the day.
I actually wonder if that's going to change people's focus on like Black History Month as well as Martin Luther King Day, because it seems like they're kind of fading. It seems like people are not acknowledging them, and less companies are even, you know, celebrating or giving that day off, even though they're national holidays.
Yeah. I also think, you know, we might need to start shifting gears a little bit, because when we think about some of those things, I think celebration brings across a certain kind of thinking and appetite, where commemoration gives a totally different way of thinking about that, right? And, you know, like I question, what is there to celebrate about Juneteenth as opposed to why is it important to commemorate Juneteenth? And so I think to Brenda's point, some of those things are fading, but I think it's also because we get lazy too, right? And so, and how we name those things, I think, is we have to be conscious.
Yeah.
I agree.
And also Target, Nike, JCPenney, and Lyft are joining in that, making it a national pay holiday as well.
Okay, everybody, it's 4:30. It's time to start our annual meeting. So who do we have here? Do we have Jacqueline now? I'm just looking through everybody. Okay, Jacqueline was going to be our MC. I'm sure she'll hop on at some point. She had something that was what's the word, that she couldn't, it came up last minute and she couldn't get out of, and she let me know. So she will be along. And Lori, are there any board members who are still missing other than DeAndre, who also had some sort of personal emergency come up?
I don't see Chad. That's it.
Okay. Well, if you want to let everybody in and then check on Chad.
Everyone's in.
And I'll check.
Okay.
It's a small group.
Hi, everybody.
Rosanna.
Welcome.
Are we doing introductions?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the 2020 annual meeting for Conflict Resolution Minnesota. I'm Lauren. I'm the current president for a few more minutes until we have our elections. And it'd be great if we could get started with some introductions. So maybe everybody could just say their name and what brings you here today.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ukasha Dikane, and I am a board member and also a conference chair for CRM. So yeah, welcome everybody.
Hi, my name is Nicole Dowdell, and I am slated to be a new member of the board. Very excited.
My name is Andre, also slated to be a new member on the board at some point.
Great.
I'm Brenda Burnside. I'm a current board member.
I'm Louisa Hext, and I am a current board member. Actually, this is my last day, and I'm hoping to be re-elected, everybody. So here I am. I've served for 2 years, hoping that you'll invite me to serve again.
That's awesome.
Hi, everybody. I'm Regina Seabrook, and I'm the board secretary.
Woohoo!
Brilliant.
Hi, Chad. Chad's here.
Can't hear you, Chad.
I'm Lori DeMann. I'm the background person, admin.
You're not background.
Yeah, you're
Gonna be in a minute.
You're larger than life. You're amazing.
Yes, I am.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. You're beautiful.
You're the heart and the soul of this.
You are.
Yeah.
You were an
Thank you.
incredible support to me
Thank you.
over the last few days.
Glad to be it.
It looks like we have a few others on the call. You could introduce yourselves, that'd be great.
Adam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm Raymond Graff, and I'm former board member.
Hey, Ray, good to see you, man.
Oh, but hey, how are you doing? Good to see you too. Yeah.
I'm Lori Ann Granados, and I am a relatively new member to CRM, and I am just so eager to learn more about your organization and become more involved.
Where should I have you, Lorianne?
I'm Kathleen. I was a friend of Jacqueline's. Can you guys hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just want to make sure. And I also am just learning a little bit more about the organization and wanting to maybe see about becoming a board member, but mainly just learning about what you guys do.
I'm Rosanna Ross, and I'm a mediator and conflict coach. And I'm in St. Cloud, and so I've not, even though I was a member last year, I've never come to one of these before. It's nice that I can do that since it's through Zoom.
Yeah.
I think we have just a couple of others who haven't introduced themselves yet.
I'm Chad Snyder. I am the past president. I've been on the board for, I think, about 10 years, and I am rotating off of the board after this.
Yay, Chad. I think that you're the person that kind of got me interested in the board, but you didn't know it.
True.
I'm Naya Harris. I'm the co-creator of the documentary that you'll see this evening.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Linda, did you introduce yourself? I don't think so. Oh, we can't hear you.
Looks like she's having some difficulty with her video. I mean, with the audio.
No, we can't hear. Oh, let me see if I can unmute you. Now speak. Linda.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah,
we
I just done. Yeah, try.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm Linda Ross, and I'm trying to figure out how to mute my phone. I'm not mute. How to make it a conference instead of just having to hold it up to my ear.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I couldn't access it on my computer for some reason.
You know what? You might have to.
The audio.
Might have to update it because I had to do that on mine too.
I was on it yesterday and another Zoom, and I had no problem. But I suppose it happens every few days. Must be.
Well, there's that. Sometimes it turns off the audio on you too, because apparently.
Although we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So does anybody know how I can mute, how I can make my iPhone a conference so I don't have to hold it to my ear? I'm not sure how to do it.
I think you have a technical glitch. I don't think it's anything that you
did.
And the only thing...
Well, I can still see.
Yeah.
So, and hear you. So that's good. And by the way, I'm a member of CRC. I do volunteer mediation with CRC, and so I'm a member of CRM, and I've gone to these over the years. These have always been wonderful, but this is a different year, but it's still good that it's happening.
We're happy that you're here. Kathleen, did you say hi?
Me too.
I did. Did you hear me? No.
I probably missed it.
It's okay. I'm a friend of Jacqueline's, and so I was just learning more about your organization and just becoming a board member.
Cool.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And then we have Uma joined us. Uma, can you introduce yourself, please?
Unmute her here, if I can. Trying to unmute her.
Isn't that weird that sometimes we can, sometimes we can't, right?
Don't know, yeah.
I don't have the option. Uma, you're muted if you're speaking. And maybe if you would turn on your video, we could see. We could see you.
It will not let me.
I sent her a request to unmute.
And I just let in somebody, so welcome. And we're all just sort of saying our name and what brings us here today.
Beth. It's Beth.
Hey, Beth.
Beth.
Hi there.
Hi, Beth.
Do we get to see you?
Pretty greasy today.
Come on.
Okay, let me let the dog out, and I'll be right back.
I don't look the greatest.
Okay, so Uma says that they're gonna leave and come back. They're having troubles. And Beth, you want to just share a little bit about your connection to CRM and what brings you here today?
Sure. So I've been connected to CRM. I don't even remember what year, but there used to be 2 organizations in Minnesota, and they merged and they formed Conflict Resolution Minnesota, and I was on the board, that first board of directors with Conflict Resolution Minnesota in that merged entity. And then stepped off of the board, and community mediation restoration provided that admin service, and then came back onto the board after we were done with that, and now just kind of follow it and try and make sure that Community Mediation Minnesota and Conflict Resolution Minnesota are keeping track of what's going on with each other and united in that way.
And Steve just joined us. We're just going around saying hi and why we're here. Hi, Steve.
Welcome, Steve.
Let's see. You're muted. I don't know how we don't have the options.
There we go. There we go.
We can't hear you though. Volume. Crazy technology.
Well, maybe we can move forward with the agenda and then have them to introduce themselves as they come in.
All right.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, although it seems like my computer has frozen up. That's fun.
Just let me know, Lauren, if you want me to put the agenda up, if you want me to
There
share.
it is. Okay. So welcome everybody to CRM's 2020 annual meeting, and we're going to have our annual meeting followed by the My Story, My Truth documentary and discussion. So first, we had our networking session from 4 to 4:30. Our members have been asking us to do some more networking, so we're trying to work that into things that we do. And then now we're in our annual meeting. Our moderator, Reverend Jacqueline Fraser, will be joining us later. She had something come up. And I'll share a little bit about the CRM. I've heard some questions, some interest in just learning more about who we are and what we do, and I'll talk a little bit about our work and our accomplishments this year. And then Ukasha is going to give us a little update about our Healing the Divide webinar series that was born out of our conference that we usually do, but we weren't able to do it in person this year, so it has turned into something really cool. And so he'll be talking about that and inviting you to some upcoming events. And then we'll have our board elections, which everybody who is either on the board or a member of CRM is in voting standing. So I hope you'll all join us in for the voting, and we'll be sharing the slate about that, of who's on the slate. And then Louisa and DeAndre, well, actually, DeAndre had something come up. He can't be here, but Louisa will be sharing our financial statement, and then our new president will share a statement about the upcoming year, and then we will move into our My Story, My Truth event. So first, I want to give a huge shout out and thank you to this incredible board. Look at these people. They have been so amazing. We faced a lot of unprecedented challenges this year. Our website crashed, like completely, had to totally rebuild it. We've been struggling with trying to have our membership directory functioning, so it is now functioning and up and running. And we were faced with a brand new board. Very few of us were still on the board, so we recruited and got a whole new board. That left us short on officers, so that's always tough when officers usually do some of the hands-on work, and we didn't have that institutional memory. So it also was an incredible opportunity to build something new, and not completely new, not leaving behind anybody, but looking at what can we be doing to better serve this field of people who work with conflict. And so these people went through a visioning process this year. And we also looked at, well, I guess I want to skip over to this one to tell you about, this is the visioning, that the results of our visioning process. We realized that we want to listen and take action. We want to be inclusive. We created a more participatory approach that is woven through everything we do. It's one of our fundamental values now. And part of what that includes is who needs to be at the table. Who do we need to have on the board? How do we make decisions? What is our power structure? What does that need to look like? These are some of the questions that we're still grappling with and we're still talking about. We looked at our own implicit biases. We've been doing some work on that, some pretty regular work on that, because it's not one and done. It's something that is ongoing work. And we realized that who needs to be at the table is a much broader umbrella, because in order to support this field, the best thing that we can do is be inclusive of voices and different perspectives, and that's the way that we all share and learn and grow together. So now our umbrella and our perspective is anybody who works with conflict. You don't have to be a practicing professional or trying to be a professional. If you do anything in your life with conflict, there's something that we can learn from that. And we can all learn from that. We can all learn from each other. So our role can be creating spaces so that we can come together and learn and grow together. And sometimes that means hearing about each other's work and our diversity of practice and people. And that's a lot of what our conference was around last year in 2019. And it also can be doing that really hard individual work, internal work, holding each other accountable and supporting each other. The list goes on. So this inclusive participatory approach, we think is vital to us supporting the field. And then listening and taking action from that listening and doing the visioning. So it's sort of a cycle, listening and visioning and taking action. And one of our board members sort of coined this phrase, how can people truly feel welcome if the table has already been set? And that was said in one of our privileged conversations. And it just resonated with many of us, and we kept bringing it up and realizing that it is so true, that if we already have a table that's set, how can we feel like, how can we expect people to feel comfortable and to really share what we need to hear? So it doesn't mean that we have arrived at a place and that we are there already, and you never want to be in that place where you think that you already know everything. But I want to go back to this quote. This is something that really resonates with me that I want to share with everybody, because when I look at my work with conflict, or in my personal lives earlier in the networking, some people were talking about having hard conversations at the Thanksgiving dinner table, or whatever you're doing in your life regarding conflict, not just in your practice and your work, but in your living it. That this quote really speaks to me, that peace is the sustained process of building conflict handling capacity. So it's not just we arrive at a place and that's peace, but we feel better, even though conflict is uncomfortable, that it's an agent of change, it's an opportunity for growth, and that if we are building the capacity to work with conflict continuously and sustaining that building of that capacity building to work with conflict, that's what gets us through. And so that's where we're at as a board. That's where we're at as an organization. We've had some huge light bulbs and some huge realizations, and we've rolled up our sleeves and we've dug in really hard. We decentered whiteness on our board. We're much more diverse. We have this participatory approach of listening, visioning, and action, and continuously building our conflict handling capacity. And we invite all of you to be part of that process. A lot of individual work as a board this year, and then in the coming year, we plan on reaching out and inviting our members and our community and our field to be part of that work. And the board will be providing opportunities for that and co-creating that with people. So I don't have answers for you about what exactly that looks like, but that gets into our Healing the Divide conference this year that became a webinar series. We meet once a month, and there's various topics and workshops, and also some of them are community conversation events around this topic that are opportunities for us to start engaging more and gathering those voices. And then last year, a lot of our work this year started from last year. We did listening sessions. It was the beginning of us really making an effort to reach out and engage with our community, engage with our members, engage with people in the field. And the National Association for Community Mediation had sort of put this question out and encouraged groups like ours to do listening sessions regarding how can conflict resolution help achieve human rights for all. And that becomes so relevant right now, and has been for a really long time, and it's in the public eye right now. So they're saying that the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Section 10B, is a call to aid individuals and communities in resolving disagreements or difficulties around practices that impair human rights and thereby threaten peaceful relations. And so we asked our community in these listening sessions, how are we doing with this as an organization, as a field, different groups in the field, and what do you want to see happen, and what do you need us to stop doing? Because those are two important questions. And we got a wealth of information that came out of this, and that drove us to then say, well, if you're going to work with a field and support a field, you have to put your own oxygen mask on first before you go and try to assist others. So we took the year to kind of step back and do our own oxygen mask process. And of course, like I said, we haven't arrived at a place, but I am so excited we're on this launching pad, and that the participatory approach and the things that I talked about and the co-creating things are building that conflict handling capacity in a sustainable way that's going to move us forward and put us in a better place to be able to support our field. So let's see if I can get back over here to share just something from the website with you. Going to a new share. Nope, sorry about that. There we go. Okay, found it. Sorry, everybody. So if you go to our website, and Ukasha, you can go ahead. Have you been dropping stuff in there? Looks like Ukasha's putting stuff into the chat. Yep, he got the About Us, the About CRM website. That's where I'm at right now. So you can read here that CRM is a nonprofit organization of alternative dispute resolution professionals and people who work with conflict through a variety of ways of being, and we're based primarily in Minnesota. Our members practice in all facets of ADR and conflict resolution, including mediation, community mediation, education, restorative justice, restorative practice, community building circles, court-sponsored mediation, arbitration. The list goes on. Even conflict transformation, which is really one of the parts of our focus and one of our values, is actually getting at the roots of conflict, not just resolving it on the surface and then it comes back and back and back, but continuing to ask the hard questions of when we are supporting this field, when we are looking at conflict, even conflict within our field, people who have different ideas of what things are, people who have experiences with racism and other things that they want to speak to. How do we get at the roots of the conflict and actually transform that conflict? So the list goes on of who we're supporting: educators, social workers, et cetera, who work with conflict. And we are also a chapter of the International Association for Conflict Resolution. So if you're a member, you'll receive our communications that come from ACR, which is a wealth of resources and information. And then our mission is to advance the profession of conflict resolution to more effectively help individuals, organizations, and communities manage and resolve conflict. And our vision is foster a multidisciplinary approach to conflict resolution. Oh, am I even showing you guys the right thing? I don't even know what you're looking at.
Yeah, I see vision. I see a slide that says our vision.
Okay, great, thanks. We want to foster a multidisciplinary approach to conflict resolution, like I was talking about, that Minnesota has an abundance of ways of approaching conflict that we can learn from. And our focus is on Minnesota, to collaborate with related associations and community-based organizations throughout Minnesota and in nearby states, represent a broad cross-section of conflict resolution professionals and those who work with conflict, trained and experienced in a variety of conflict resolution practices, and through our members serve the diverse conflict resolution needs of people, business, governments, and the larger community. So that's just a little bit of an overview of us. And now I'll go back to the PowerPoint. So there's a lot of things you can do to support our work. You can like us on Facebook. That's a really big one. One of the drives we've done this year is to try to get the word out more about us, about what we're doing, about the values that we now hold of a participatory approach, of more listening, more action, and of looking at the roots of conflict as we're supporting our field. And if you can like us on Facebook and then share posts, that's the biggest thing that you can do really to get the word out there. And then you can become a member. I think many of you already are. It's an annual membership fee of $60. There's a lower fee for students. And we also have scholarships. So if you need a scholarship, you just need to talk to Lori, because we want to get people involved right now. That's our focus. And I want to thank our sponsors. So sponsorship is for the whole 2020 year. This year we have Community Mediation Minnesota, PRAO, Metropolitan State University, and ADR Notable. And we also have Friends of CRM, Echoes Healing Stones, and the Association for Conflict Resolution, of course. And then Ukasha is going to drop in some things about how you can support us financially if that's something that works for you. There's a link for sponsor benefits. So since we lost our in-person conference, obviously we lost an enormous amount of our revenue, like 90% of it. So we are working on diversifying our funding, and we shifted our conference into this webinar series that people can purchase the whole webinar series, or they can purchase one webinar at a time. There's a discount if they do a half series or a full series. And the reason that that ties into sponsor benefits is obviously sponsors no longer get an exhibit table because we're not having an in-person conference and things like that. So one of the benefits of sponsorship is if you choose there's different levels and different benefits. If you choose the one that has the discount code, we can actually send anybody you want from your group. It could be any of your volunteers, any of your staff, anybody. You have an unlimited discount code for a certain percentage off, and then you can send that out to all of your people and send them to the Healing the Divide webinar series. So that's a pretty cool sponsorship. So I'm not going to stand here today and beg you all for money. A lot of people right now are not in a financial place, and even organizations that normally would. What I am asking is, would you please like us on Facebook? Would you please share widely? So first and foremost, we have committed to unlimited scholarships to all of our events, no matter what, even though we're on our own financial challenge this year. And if you can do your part by helping us get the word out and get people to our events, we believe that ultimately the community will take care of us, and we'll take care of the community. And by getting to know more people and getting in relationship with more people and more groups, we believe that those sponsorships will come. And that's something that I'm about to roll into the past president position. So I'm going to spend the next year talking with people, building relationships, and working on diversifying our funding and finding sponsors. So if you can donate, we're going to drop a link in the chat. That's an easy way that you could just hop in there and give any donation that you want to. But first and foremost, if you could share on Facebook, that would be awesome. And another way to get involved is with our Public Education and Awareness Committee. And so anything that we might do in the coming year, anything you want to see us do, anything you want to engage the community around that might be healing the divide conversations, or it might be raising awareness about something with our field or something with our work, then this is the committee for you. There's some openings on this committee and a lot of room for creative thought, and we really encourage creation and innovation. So hopefully you'll join us either on the committee or at PEAC events. And we're seeking mentors right now. We've had a few people who have applied to be mentees. And so all of you out there that do some form of work with conflict, you don't have to be a practicing mediator trained in this and that. If you know that you have some ability with working with people in conflict and you want to be able to help somebody else develop the kinds of skills that you have from your experience, then you can apply for fill out our form. It's just an online form. You can apply to become a mentor, or even if you hate forms, just contact Lori and she'll get you plugged in. You can email Lori at info@conflictresolutionmn.org or visit our website, conflictresolutionmn.org. So just trying to think if there's anything else I really wanted to share with you guys. I guess just that I am just so grateful for this board this year. I want to say that I really believe this board lived our values. I'm not going to sit here and say we did not have our challenges, or that we didn't do what every single new group does, which is, you come in and you have that like honeymoon phase, and then things start to get hard, and I've done a lot of work with groups, y'all, so the next thing that happens is there gets that storming phase where people can tend to think, well, what's this person doing over there, and start that finger pointing stuff, and I want to say that what this board did to work through that was they lived their values of a participatory and inclusive approach. When we started seeing that stuff, we came together as a group and we had a meeting and said, all right, let's put this on the table and let's talk about what we're seeing and what we want to see. And we did that, and people realized that everybody that was still active was actually engaged in doing things, and we were all doing things in sort of silos and working on different projects or kind of showing up to different meetings, and you kept seeing the same people, so you kept thinking it's just you and these people that are doing anything. And what was incredible was when we got all those people together and they were able to see that, and I was able to say, from my bird's eye perspective, I've been at every meeting and I see what everybody is doing. And then someone said, you know what, that's right. It's going to be more productive if we start working together and realize that we're all working on stuff, and finger pointing isn't going to be helpful. So what we did was that building conflict handling capacity thing that I was talking about, is we started taking a look at our expectations as a board and our role as board members and how we function and how we want to function. And it became part of our visioning process. And then the board came up with things that allowed us to not go down that path again. So we didn't just resolve it, we actually transformed the roots of what was causing it, of the way that we were operating. We changed how we were operating in a variety of ways. And we listened to voices that came up out of the board saying, what if we do this? Or, hey, Lauren, the way you're doing that, it's causing this actually, so what if you do this? And maybe that was hard to hear, but I listened and changed what it did. So just the board, when I was talking with each of these people before they come on the board and they were telling me about their values and what they stand for, and the fact that I got to see that play out in this group is just such a beautiful thing, and I don't always see that. So I couldn't be more excited about the work the board has done this year and the launching pad that I really feel like this organization is on, and the fact that I can come back a year later and say, we've accomplished what we set out to accomplish this year, and we are in that place now. And to be able to talk to all of you, I feel like I'm blushing. Like I'm so excited that you all are here and that you get to join in at this point and join in with this board and keep this momentum going forward. And I feel that kind of in connection with a lot of momentum that we're experiencing in our larger life too. And I'm really interested to see how CRM is going to work with that in the coming year too. So I've kind of poured my heart out to you and rambled on a little bit. And so I will be available for questions anytime. If you guys want to get a hold of me, you can just contact info at, I'm happy to continue any of these conversations. But right now, I would like to go ahead and turn it over to Ukasha, who was our conference committee chair this year. And then Ukasha is going to tell you a little bit about our upcoming events and our Healing the Divide webinar series conference.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, I wasn't seeing myself, so I thought if someone doesn't see me, they don't hear me. But that's okay. The new normal. Hello, everybody. Thank you again, Lauren. You are such a wonderful, amazing president in this unprecedented time. So I am Okasha Dekane, one of the board members and also the executive director of FREYO, which is a local nonprofit that works with the East African community. When I was stepping up in this board a year ago, I had this hope of, bringing an inclusive, participatory approach of engaging communities. I've seen so many going on in the hateful climate that we were in since 2016. And so, as Martin Luther King said, life is the most persistent, and the urgent question is, what are you doing for others? What was I doing for others at that time was to engage them and be at the tables where people can be in that healing circles. So this year we hosted the the conference, which was more of healing through a participatory approach. And as we begin this, we had the energy and vibrance, and all of a sudden, Corona, I think it's called Rona now, just showed us other ways, which is virtual. So this year we hosted that conference with amazing keynote speakers. Fortune was one of the keynote speakers. She is the executive director of Somali American Women Action Center. Jay, who was a representative from Minnesota legislatures, just joined us, and Dr. Tamara as well, with a great conversations, whether it's government relation or community relation or any other stuffs. So one thing that I want to talk about today was, what was this conference for, and what is the objective of this conference? So this conference was designed to, let me pull up that page. Yes, this conference was designed to heal the divide, a participatory focus on the role of conflict resolution practitioners, partners, and stakeholders in a divided community. So what is the objective? The objective was to define our division and actionable steps to healing the divide. And as well, equitable, engaging voice who are historically harmed. And as you have seen in the last few weeks, we have been protesting. I myself, I lost my voice, protesting Black Lives Matters and George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and to name a few. So these things have been happening in our communities. And as Martin Luther again says, riots and the protests are the voice of the unheard. They are the language of the unheard. So how can we hear every bit of conversation in our communities? Is to engage them and engage especially the people who are historically harmed. So the objective 3 is exploring culturally humbling conversation in diverse communities and confronting our own biases. This is like as you have all seen, hate has become acceptable and even fashionable, and like children have been taken away from their homes and families, and politics have pitted families against each other, and there was so many unprecedented things going on. COVID-19 is just taking lives away, and health and many other disparities have been shined light on. So our main focus right now is to heal in that circle. I mean, to bring those conversations on. So without further ado, I would like to thank our amazing board members and also the conference committee, which consisted of community members and like board members that collaborated to bring this work together. And we have some other webinars coming up. We had the LGBTQ webinar on a week ago, and then we are having another one that will be on July. So these are the conversations that will be going in our communities. So just to go for the titles of these webinars. So for the July, we have More Than a Mental Health, which is a culture exception and pausing the judgment, that will be presented by Ayan Mohammed. And then we're having mediation ethics, say what top 10 surprises for Minnesota mediators through human rights lens, that will be presented by Leslie and her colleague. As well, September, we will be having the Healing Political Divide, a community conversation, which is awesome conversations that we really need to have right now. And then October, we will have Applied Nonviolence in Equal World, which will be presented by Anthony. And then we are having November webinar that will be Overcoming Conflict with Collaboration. Please make sure you sign up for all these amazing webinars and be sure that you're present and passing this message, whether it's sharing our post or as well inviting people to join us this. Again, thank you so much, and I really appreciate your time and joining us today.
Thank you, Ukasha. Appreciate you sharing all that and all of your diligent and really hard work. And Ukasha recruited us the most amazing conference committee this year. Much more diversity of people and thoughts than we've ever had, and it was not just board members on the conference committee this year. It was a really good combination of board and community, and Ukasha reached into the Somali community and brought us some really amazing people. So yeah, it was a really great experience. They met every week and worked hard all for months and months and months to put the conference together, and then we were unable to do the in-person conference like almost weeks before it was supposed to actually happen, and they turned it into the webinar series. A lot of innovation and creativeness. That's what we need to keep going forward in these times. So thank you again, Ukasha, for everything this year.
Yeah, thanks much. Thank you.
I see a lot of spirit fingers. Okay, so without further ado, let us go on to the proposed nominations. So let's see if I can get this up where everybody can see it. I feel like I need background music while I'm doing tech stuff. Ukasha, you wanna provide us some music?
Oh yes, like like I said, I had a good voice BC before Corona, but yeah.
Are you guys able to see the slate? Did I put up the right thing?
Yep.
Yes,
Yep.
you can see.
Okay. All right. So the ones that have asterisks next to them are people who are, you don't actually have to vote on those individual people. Once at the end we kind of approve the whole thing, then those people will be approved. They are people that either, like myself, or I'm going to roll into the past president, and that doesn't actually take up a board spot, so I'll be in a supportive role for the coming year. Regina Seabrook is going to continue on as our secretary in her second year. It's a 2-year term as for a director. And then we have Brenda Burnside, who is running for president on undisputed. We don't have anybody currently for president-elect, but that is a position that a board member could step up to and get elected for at some point in the year. We have Louisa Hext, who's running for treasurer. She's finished her 2-year term, so we'll be voting her in for another 2-year term and as treasurer. So that's what we're voting on there. And then this one is not an official officer position, but DeAndre Gordon is he's one of our student representatives and a board director. And so we kind of created this unofficial assistant treasurer because he really wanted to be learning the treasurer role. So he'll be working closely with Louisa. So then for director candidates, Dr. Raj is going to continue on with us. He finished his 2nd year and is up for election for another 2-year term. Reverend Jacqueline Frazier, is that right? Or did we get that right? Is he in his 2nd year or is he up for another term?
I think he's in his 2nd year. I know.
I think so.
Reverend
Okay. So I'm wrong about that. So the thing doesn't lie. The thing is true. I'm wrong. So Dr. Raj, Reverend Jacqueline, and Ukasha are going to be in their 2nd year, so no need to vote on them individually. And then we're adding Kathleen Hunt, Nicole Dowdell, Martinez Frazier. Raymond Graff is coming back. He was on the board in the past and is offering his services to help us with our website. Woohoo! And Andre Koen. So let's see. So I want to call for any nominations from the floor. Anybody who is not presented on this slate. I'll give a moment if anybody needs to unmute yourself to give any other nominations. Okay, hearing no nominations, we're going to move on to voting. We're going to vote on the officer candidates first. So we're voting for presidential position. Brenda Burnside for treasurer, Louisa Hext, and assistant treasurer DeAndre, but he's in his 2nd year, so that one's not. The official ones are Brenda Burnside and Louisa Hext. So all in favor of Brenda being president and Louisa being treasurer, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing no oppositions, the motion is so moved. Congratulations, Brenda and Louisa. So for our director candidates, we do have enough spots open to bring all these people in. So Kathleen Hunt, Nicole Dowdell, Martinez Frazier, Raymond Graff, and Andre Koen. Can I hear, are there any nominations for other directors?
Quick question, Lauren. Can we nominate people who are not here? I mean, who are not present at the meeting?
Yes. If you want to nominate somebody, you have to already know that they are committed, willing to do it. And you need to be able to share with us like a bio or some information about them. And if you don't have that prepared, Ukasha, if you don't know for sure they'll say yes, then the board can discuss that at the next meeting about how to bring in somebody later. So what would you like to do? Would you like to present somebody for a nomination now or bring it up at the next board meeting?
I think I will bring up in the next board meeting. There's two of the youth organizers that I know who have been involved in the community, and I would love them to have a voice.
Be great.
There you see why I love working with this board.
Now, the only thing is, Lauren, we can't vote on someone who has not yet accepted a nomination, so.
Correct. Yeah. So he's not going to be presenting that person, those people.
Right now, yeah.
He's going to bring them up at the next board meeting. Exactly. But I just love that you had that creative idea of who needs to be at the table. We need more youth voice at the table. You know how to connect with youth. So that's awesome. I look forward to that conversation. So any other nominations for board members? Okay, hearing none. I'll ask for, if you vote for Kathleen, Nicole, Martinez, Raymond, and Andre to become board directors, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none opposed, then we approve these director candidates. Congratulations. Welcome to the board. So one final vote for the whole slate as it is, with all of the returning board members to finish out their terms and all of the new people that we have added. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Hearing none, the slate is approved, and these are the positions and the chairs and the board members on the officer positions are all approved. Congratulations, everybody. And I just want to give a shout out to every voting person that showed up today to be able to make this possible. Because without you, we couldn't keep going. So appreciate it. Okay, so we can move on now to the treasurer's report with our brand new treasurer, Louisa Hext. Finger snaps to Louisa.
Hi, everybody.
Y'all don't know, we've been looking for a treasurer for like 6 months, and Louisa stepped up.
So I stepped up without realizing that all of a sudden I was going to be invited to prepare a treasurer's report. And it's interesting when you're a director of a board, but you're not really in a particular role. And so you come to the meetings and you look at the work of the person that is preparing it, such as the treasurer, and you don't think about how challenging it is to look a year back. So our fiscal year is July 1st through June 30th. And all of the challenges that I noticed, because I picked this up very, very quickly. And I'm not going to give you a ton of information, but what I really realized is how much more difficult poor Lori's job has been without an operating software. Can you believe that CRM does not use an operating software? One of my first proposals is that we're going to buy QuickBooks and make it so much easier than having to correlate numbers and share numbers and try and figure things out. Because I'm not a natural mathematician. I'm more of a big picture person. And I thought this would be a really good experience for me. That said, I am just going to present very generally where we're at. As Lauren described, our biggest income producing event is the CRM conference, which meant that we essentially spent a ton more money this year because we weren't able to bring in the income. And the good thing was that we had a balance at the end of last year, and we have a balance going in to this year, which is a really good thing, right? So rather than me giving you massive breakdowns, I'm going to give you the numbers, and then you're welcome to ask questions if that would be of particular interest. If you're big into money, you'll notice that we are a small nonprofit, and I think our operating budget is approximately what over the years, Lauren? What's an average number for our operating budget? It's pretty small. It's like 26,000. Is that it?
We started this year with like somewhere between 17 and 20, and we usually get about 10,000 from the in-person conference.
So the important thing for all of us to recognize is we are tiny. And one of the things that we need to do is to grow our organization with memberships. We have 51 members currently. And when I see the numbers, the hundreds of people that show up at the conference, I think there's a lot of work that we need to do, because that is also another way to bring in income. So our 2020 financial balances. So we do a ton of work through PayPal, as you'll notice. When you buy something, you purchase it through PayPal, whether it's a membership, whether you're making a donation, whether you're buying a webinar, and so on and so forth. And so I'm going to present to you just the balances in each of those places. We don't choose to keep a lot of money in PayPal, we transfer it over. So in our bank account with Midwest One, we currently are in the black. I almost said the red. We're currently in the black. We have $12,971.15 as of this afternoon when I went in our bank account. And then we have another $1,090.44 in PayPal. So that's the good news, right? Our income that we brought in with memberships, with some donations, with some of the sponsorships that were described earlier, and with the webinar tickets and such, this year is $7,140.01. And our expenses, it's very challenging to run a small nonprofit. Our expenses are $14,841.15, and that number was calculated between July 1st and June 17th. So now we're at June 20th. Our consistent expenditure is to our beautiful Lori DeMann, who works approximately 10 hours a week. I'm sure she works more than that. She's paid 10 hours a week. We run a very, very tight ship. We have an exceptionally strong working board. I've never worked on a board that works so hard. I think it's Lauren's fault, but anyway. So, the disappointing news is that, our net is in the red in terms of, if you just look at the snapshot of today and you look at over the last several months, we have a imbalance there of $7,701.15. And so moving forward, I believe that there will be lots of opportunities to kind of change that up a little bit. We're going to have to do that. When I broke down what kinds of things we're spending our money on, which I think would be a question that people would ask, we clearly didn't have the expenses associated with a conference. However, if you were listening at the beginning of our conference, Lauren was talking about how we had this massive issue or altercation with our website, which is in a much better shape. And that's where we spent over $4,000 building that up, fixing it, and then having an ongoing relationship with our website. Byte Technology, is that the correct name? And we're looking at different ways in terms of how to use a website and how to use social media to actually market ourselves differently so that we can invite more people into our membership and to participate. And then the biggest expense was salaries to Lori, which actually not a lot, just under $7,000 to date, $6,950. Everything else is relatively small. The other big expense, which is really not a big expense, usually the president, and we're hoping that this will be, since Brenda is our president, we have an individual who represents our organization attend the annual conference for conflict resolution, the Association of, what is it? Conflict, what's our umbrella organization?
Association for Conflict Resolution.
Yeah. And Lauren had the privilege of going last year. It was in Atlanta, Lauren, was it? In Atlanta?
Tucson.
Where was it? Tucson.
And can I just say one thing about that?
Absolutely, because you know more about it than I do.
What I found at that conference was the most valuable thing about going to it and being in person was to meet with all the other chapter leaders. And I told them we were decentering whiteness and going to move to an inclusive and participatory approach, and their jaws just hit the floor, and they said, that's what we want to do too. Keep in touch with us. And then I spoke with several members of the diversity and inclusion subgroup that I forgot segments where it's like across all the chapters across the whole country, all the people that work on diversity and inclusion are part of that segment, and they all come together at the conference in person and have really deep and interesting conversations around their work. So, and there's all these different segments just like that of like that you could go and talk to other treasurers, for example, or and so the launching pad and the cutting edge work that we're doing, instead of operating in this little silo in Minnesota, it's an opportunity to go and for Brenda to go and meet the other chapter leaders and build some connections and talk with people, and then we can be connected to these other chapters as we move forward. And then the chapter directors continue meeting remotely once a month with each other too. So by the way, you're gonna have to send somebody, not me anymore, to the monthly chapter director meetings. Because it would either be Brenda or somebody going in her place. But I diverge. I want to go back to the treasurer's report.
Well, you could. Is it? Just remind me. It's just shy of $2,000 to attend the conference. Is that correct? That we had budgeted 17.
It ended up being like 1,200 maybe. It's the conference plus then we got an Airbnb instead of the conference hotel, and we did Lyft and we did a budget airline.
And just so you know, due diligence, I went through all of the bank accounts and I cross-referenced everything in a very short period of time. Everything balanced beautifully, and there's just a lot. Despite the fact that we're spending a lot of money, that ledger was very tight. I was very, very impressed. I've never looked at the books before.
And that was new, that when I talked about increasing our operations and how we do things, we started tightening up all of that stuff. So we now have a proper check approval and signing procedures. We keep a ledger with income and expenses the way that we're supposed to, et cetera, et cetera. So we are kind of out of time for this part of our meeting, and I want to, Louisa, give you a chance to just wrap up any final statement, and then we'll move on to our new president.
All I wanted to do was to invite any questions that people might have, because numbers and money, you know, sometimes people really want to know what's going on. So I wondered if, does anyone have a question, or are you accepting this financial report as is?
So are we going to make a motion? Somebody's going to make a motion to accept the financial report?
I think that would be a good thing. Thank you for whoever said that.
This
Regina.
is Chad. So moved.
Hey, Regina.
Okay, who made the motion?
Chad.
Okay.
Aye.
And who's seconding it?
I second.
Brenda?
No, that wasn't. Nicole.
Okay, thank you, Nicole.
Nicole's first official vote. Woohoo.
So all in favor, right?
Well, no discussion.
Oh, no discussion. Any discussion? Questions?
The only other thing I want to mention is we made a choice to keep Lori and to continue paying Lori at what we always have paid her, even despite all of the COVID setbacks and despite our loss of funding, and that speaks to our values as well.
We need somebody. I just can't believe how incredibly this board has operated, and I'm somebody, I know this is not part of the treasurer's report, but this is discussion, right? Mm-hmm. I'm somebody that has been on the board. I'm going into my second term. From my experience in year one to this close of year two is, I can't even begin to tell you how incredible this team has been. I mean, it's a wow. So I can't envision anything but more exciting opportunities. I'm looking around at our new directors, and I'm so, so grateful that all of you have stepped up to the plate. And as a woman with white privilege, and I have to say it's an absolute, it's like, it's time. I think actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, that in the entire history of the existence of CRM, we have not had a woman of color as board president.
You can sit here.
So to me, that's a massive.
I got it. I'm running out of juice on my phone.
So I don't know who's
Well,
speaking. But...
we better wrap up the meeting because our secretary is losing her juice.
Oh,
on
that
the phone.
secretary. We've got a vote on it though. All in favor?
Oh, before we vote, I was gonna add something and ask something. So the first thing I was gonna ask is there a software system that we're using right now for accounting services? I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Is we're gonna be doing that.
Okay.
It's board because there's expenditure.
Just in the interest of time, Ukasha, one thing that we need to add now that we have a treasurer and officers and things is a financial committee. We've had one in the past, so we should have a financial committee meeting to start discussing software and those sorts of details. And it sounds like you might have an idea, so I'm excited to hear what that is.
Yep, and there's a way we can even make the financial report in a visual way where the board can actually see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Akasha. We'll talk about that at a financial committee meeting, or maybe you and I can chat later too. So, Louisa, you want to finish the voting?
I was going to say, I don't know if I'm supposed to be the one, but all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Sounds like a unanimous yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Louisa, for your first financial report. That's awesome. Hopefully Regina got it before she hops out. Okay, that's
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I have to step away for a minute because my dog just had an accident. So I apologize. So I'll be back. I just heard it.
Okay. Did you want to say something, Regina?
No. Well, yeah, if Lori could send me the Zoom link via email, I have it via my text, but if I could get it via email, that would help because right now I'm having some phone issues.
Great, we'll do that and get you back on. Okay, we are 7 minutes past our time, but I really do want to give Brenda a chance to make a statement. So if all could give a little airwave unmuted drum roll to Brenda, our new president.
That is totally not necessary. Thank you. I just want to say that I will be looking to each of you to lend your talents and gifts and everything so that we can make this organization relevant and meaningful throughout Minnesota. I'm not one necessarily for all the ceremony. This is already way too long for my comfort level. I'll just say that. But you know, I'm hoping that we will be in Minnesota a voice in our community to actually do some meaningful and relevant work, especially around these times. And so, you know, my first thing, you know, as president will be to contact each one of you board members to see how you would make contributions to that effort. And thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Brenda. I'm very excited about what you just said. So welcome everybody to the board, and I would also like to shift our gears over to our My Story, My Truth event for tonight. And the first thing that's going to happen is our past president, Chad, who has given some really neat presentations at our annual meeting before. He's just going to do a little bit of an introduction about the role of bias when it comes to ADR practice and legal practice for those of us for the people that are on the call that would be here for the continuing education credits that really would like to hear what you all might be wanting to think about as you go into viewing the documentary. And then after Chad, we will screen the documentary, and then I'll introduce Naya Harris, who is that was fun. Anyways, we'll have our discussion after the documentary. So take it away, Chad.
All right. I'll keep this relatively brief because I think the documentary, I've previewed it getting ready for today. It speaks pretty well for itself. It doesn't need me to explain it. But as I watched it, I approach it from the perspective of an attorney, and the way the documentary is set up, it fits almost as if it were interviews with, in some context, potential clients. And so thinking about it from the perspective of lawyers, and particularly from my perspective as a middle-aged white guy, the thing that kept coming up for me is I don't know all of this. I don't have this experience, and my clients, even clients who are coming to me on cases, they're bringing this experience in with them all the time, and it may not be directly relevant to whatever they're bringing into me as their lawyer. And so in the context of me as a representative, as an advocate for somebody, there may be things going on that I don't know to ask about, and that may have some impact on the way folks are approaching the case, or approaching a lack of trust in the judicial system or in the courts or in mediation in general. And so as you're listening to each of these folks share their stories, the gift of their own experience, I would invite everyone who does work in conflict, certainly as mediators and lawyers, to put yourself in the shoes of somebody who is charged with contemplating the entire person before you. It is very easy as a lawyer, it is very easy as a mediator to get focused on the narrow questions of the things we are dealing with right now. Lawyers are trained to issue spot and to find the answer to the issue. And that's still part of our job. But for people going through the process of litigation, of family court, of any sort of conflict resolution, they get really frustrated with us. Sometimes this was the knock on President Obama, that he was very intellectual and focused on, a little cold. And we can come across that way. We can come across that way because we're trying to answer a question, and they've got so many more things coming in. And that's true for all of our clients. But the benefit you can get out of this documentary this evening is from the perspective of these folks, from experience, certainly for me, that I don't have any direct relationship to, and really won't. It was kind of a gift to me to be able to see into this world and start to think about the questions I don't ask my clients. And maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, but it helps to know what we don't know, and to begin to see the world from a broader perspective, and then to see our cases and each of our clients and the people who come to us to resolve a conflict. What's driving some of this? Underlying conflict resolution is an understanding of the interests of the parties, not just the fight, and the humanity of each person. And this, as you go through and you listen to each of these interviews, and they're not really interviews, they're just people telling stories, but if you can think about it from the perspective of, if this person came into my office, and there are stories that could be legal questions, what would I need to know? And what if they came in on something that wasn't a legal question? It wasn't, a legal question that had nothing to do with this particular experience. Is it important? How is it important that I understand that this might be going on in somebody's life? Because it's going to affect how they show up and how they feel, and do they feel represented and heard and understood in this narrow piece of their life that we're seeing? Because we only ever see a small piece of our clients' lives. So I'm going to leave it at that. I have to drop off because I have to host another Zoom event shortly. As I said, I'm dropping off the board after roughly a decade, maybe not quite that long. I lost track. I've appreciated the opportunity to work with several boards. I think the board, as it has been comprised in the last year and going into this next year, has some wonderful ideas and some great energy. The pivot that we all made, and mostly others, I've been sort of in an advisory role for the last year on developing a webinar when our our conference fell apart was very impressive. I encourage you to see the webinars and participate in them. And hopefully in a year, we'll all get to see each other in person at the next big conference. But until then, please get the word out. This is a good organization. There are good opportunities for us to make a difference in the lives of people. And with that, I will invite you to sit back, enjoy the documentary. It is very nicely done. And yeah, I very much appreciated the opportunity to watch it myself. So I won't be here, Naya, for the conversation, but I wanted to thank you for the work.
You're welcome. Thank you for that.
For some reason, I can't get this PowerPoint thing to open up, so hopefully you can still see it. This is Naya, and we're gonna screen the film, and then we'll have the discussion with Naya Harris, who will be facilitating us. And then also I'd like to welcome Reverend Jacqueline, who was finally able to jump in. So we're really, really glad to have you here. She's our MC, and I guarantee you this event would have been way more fun had she been running it and not me at the last minute. So I'm really glad she's here. So I'm gonna pop over here. Can you guys see the video now? Yes? Okay. Oh, you know what? I gotta go back because I have to click a certain thing to make sure that it's gonna sound right. And I have to go back to the screen share thing to do that. Okay, share computer sound, optimize screen sharing for video clip. All right, so I'm going to do an experiment and put myself on mute and hope that you all can still hear the video, but just holler at me if you can't, okay?
Lauren?
Yes.
So are you doing screen share, but I don't see the video coming up.
Yeah, I have to start it.
Oh, okay.
You see it now?
Alrighty.
And I'm glad that I can hear you if you guys pipe up. Okay, and also just holler at me or send in the text in the chat if you need it like louder or softer or anything. It's my first time trying to screen something like this, so here we go.
Can you do it so it's the whole screen and not us on the side?
I can't take away you on the side.
Okay.
Because that's actually in your screen, not mine.
You can make us thumbnails, Louisa.
Okay.
And just really quickly, I'm going to drop off, but I will be back for the discussion.
Yep, that was planned.
You don't want to see it again?
Yeah.
I've seen it many, many times.
Easy.
Okay, and we're
I'll be back.
I would like to announce we're only 2 minutes late getting it started. Good job, everybody. Without further ado, let's watch.
My name is Rasheem Harris, and this is my story, my truth. I can remember a time when I was 13, going on 14, would have been summer of about 1990. I lived over south in Minneapolis, a few blocks off Chicago Avenue, about 41st Street or whatnot. And I had a friend sleeping over, a black friend of mine. And money's precious when you're 14, 13. And we had a few bucks, so I said, let's go ahead and get a pizza. You know, it's what you do when you got somebody sleeping over about 9:30 at night. To economize the money, I said, let's go ahead and pick it up. There was a Domino's Pizza maybe about 5 short blocks away. So we called in the pizza, and we went ahead and walked on down to the Domino's. And, you know, very uneventful as it should be, about 9:30 at night. Like I said, it's dark. Got the pizza, and we were headed back home. And in the middle of a residential neighborhood, not a busy street at all, whoop, saw the lights come on, and we got stopped by the police, maybe about 2 blocks from my home, holding the pizza. And the cop rolls up on us, and he shines what seemed like an interrogation light on us. Stopped us. Hey, what are you guys doing? And I'm sitting here holding the pizza. And the cop asked me, so what do you got in the box? And he shines his light right in my face. And I was shocked that he would ask me what was in the box. And you go through a whole flood of emotions at that point. You're shocked, you're offended, you're surprised, you're a little bit scared because this could escalate quickly. But next thing I knew, I have to tilt the pizza sideways and slowly open the pizza to prove that I had a pizza in my Domino's pizza box. Where you guys supposed to be? You know, you got your ID, let's go ahead and get on out of here or whatnot. And ran through the gambit of questions, and he allowed us to leave. And it seems relatively uneventful at the surface, but it did a couple of things. It didn't surprise me that I was getting harassed by the cops. That kind of seemed like par for the course. I had been exposed to plenty of police up to that point, plenty of pop culture. I kind of knew what the deal was. I grew up in Minneapolis. The part that really stuck with me was it let me know how low the bar was, how low the threshold was for me to get stopped by the police. And any interaction I knew could go sideways real fast. It let me know that it didn't take much for me to go from innocently enjoying my evening to an escalated police situation, which we all know can end quickly. And it definitely destroyed the last bit of innocence or trust that I did have in the police. I knew that just walking, even holding a pizza, made me suspicious and made me a target. And that's a lesson that I take with me to this very day.
My name is Dawn Franklin Erickson, and this is my story, my truth. I grew up in a suburb of St. Paul, very predominantly Caucasian neighborhood, and I can honestly say I did not have a lot of negative race-related experiences during adolescence. I was always the minority. I was always fine with it. That's what I grew to be comfortable with. So when I went to a university in Wisconsin, I anticipated that it would be somewhat the same. But when I got there, I found out things were a little bit different. When I first arrived, I was asked questions like, what is it like to be black? I've never met a black person before. And that kind of threw me off. How come you've never been around people of a different ethnicity? But these people were from small towns. I knew people that graduated in classes of 8. So that threw me off a little bit. Probably a year later, I went to a place to get an ear piercing. It was the cool thing to do. Some of my friends were doing it. I walked up to the man at the counter. It was a tattoo and piercing shop right on the main street. And I said, hi, my name's Dawn. I would please like to get this ear piercing. And he said, we're booked today. We're very busy. I said, do you think you'll have an opening? Do you mind if I wait for a few minutes? And he shrugged his shoulders. So I sat down, pulled out my phone and waited. Probably 15 or 20 minutes later, 2 other young women came in and walked up to the same man at the same counter and asked for the same ear piercing. And he said, oh yeah, we're dead today. Come on back. And he brought them into the back. So I waited for him to come back. And I walked up again and said, excuse me, I'm still waiting. Do you know how long it will be? It sounds like you have some openings. And he said, we're booked. And he went in back and closed the door. And I think that was kind of my first eye-opener, that what people say is true. People cannot like you just for what you look like, for who you are. And that was hard for me. College was an exciting time. It was right before Obama got elected, and there was a lot of energy on campus. People were involved on both sides, and everyone was involved in discussions. It was great. But one day on my way home from school, I was driving, and there was a group of people walking, and they all had shirts that said, vote white. And I think that was the most impactful for me. That was when I realized that this really is something bigger, and it's not something you can ignore. And I felt scared. I felt helpless. And I realized that we all have to get involved. We have to do something, but I wasn't sure what it is that I needed to do.
My name is Michael Franklin. This is my story. This is my truth. My first encounter with racism, I was 4th grade maybe, and it just it was a deep dive into so many different things. It was a very thought-provoking year for me. My parents stressed education. I got good grades. And a bunch of kids, maybe half a dozen of us, we got sent to a school in the suburbs called Crest Ridge. And we got bused out there, and it was a all-white school. The principal was black, so that was kind of cool. But I don't know, maybe 2 weeks into the school year, we're on the playground, and this huge kid named Todd, I was a very scrawny kid. We were chasing a kickball. When I picked it up, he was like, "Give it to me, nigger." And I threw the ball at him, and I just attacked him. My parents were of the belief you had to fight when people said or did things like that. And it never actually happened before. But in my house, it was, you have to fight and you have to win, or your parents are going to beat you when you get home. So I attacked him, and they had to pull me off of him. And I got a detention for that, but he didn't really get in any trouble. So about a week later, we're in line for a bathroom, and I don't know how he got in line behind me, but he leaned over and whispered in my ear, "You're still a nigger." And I turned around and I mauled him, and they pulled me off of him again. They gave me another detention, and this time he got a detention. So a couple weeks go by, and we're in the classroom, and we had to line up to go in the back and pick up dictionaries to use for our assignment, and then we go to put them back. And when he was on his way back to put his dictionary away, he leaned over at my desk and, "You're still a nigger." And I sat there, and I was mad because I didn't understand, why does he keep doing this? I keep beating him up. But when it was our turn, I went to put my dictionary away, and I just bashed him over the head with my dictionary. And they called us into the office, and they wanted to kick me out of school, and I'm violent, I'm too aggressive, I can't get along with others. And my mother came, and she fought and she argued, and my black principal sided with this white student. And they just didn't seem to see the issue with him calling me that, "Oh, it's just names, it's just words, kids will be kids." And that bothered me. I was old enough to understand. It still bothers me when I think about this story, because I learned racism is real. And I learned that no matter how many times I beat this kid up, he's still going to call me that. So I felt like even though I'm winning the fights, he's winning the war. My black principal sided with the white people who didn't see it as a problem, which blew my mind. And if it wasn't for my mother, they would have just kicked me out of school. And that could have altered the course of my childhood. Once you're labeled like that, and then you don't get the benefit of a doubt anywhere you go. And I didn't bother anybody. I didn't cause any trouble. I wasn't that type of kid. I had strict parents. I knew better. And it floored me. It bothered me. It made me angry. It makes me angry now, telling the story and thinking back on that time, that he would just continue to do it, knowing full well what I'm going to do to him after he says it. And he just continued to do it. It didn't bother me. He didn't care. And that I was made to be the bad guy, it hurt me. It made me angry. And it put a chip on my shoulder that I carry to this day. Because I don't understand the logic of thinking you're better just because of the way you look, or thinking someone's worse just because of the way they look. And I'm old enough now that if someone says it, I can walk away from them, but just barely. It's because I have kids and I want to teach them to be better in life, that I don't just beat somebody down that says that to my face. You know, I'm 41, and it's an urge I have to fight. And with everything that went on with the last year, this has probably been the angriest year of my life, with people that are emboldened to say and do things with no fear of consequences. And it gets harder every day to just go outside and face the world. And for me, it all started that year in school, just being one of a handful of black kids in a white school, and just no one seemed to care about the issue. And I don't know, it's hurtful, it's discouraging. But I survived. I'm fine. And the world has kept spinning.
My name is Claire. My story, my truth. So, I really want to talk about how, like, all of your identities just affect the way that you experience the world. And, you know, being Black is something that has definitely shaped the way that I experience the world, but it's also being a woman. It also is the income that my family had, and whether or not my mom was born here. And I want people to understand that although it's very possible for me to have privileges in my life, it's also possible for me to experience forms of oppression. And growing up, I think I always had this sense that I was different. And for the longest time, it was not even really understanding who I was because I didn't know people that looked like me. And, you know, my dad is white, my mom is Black, and I'm mixed. And I didn't know any other mixed people, and I always thought I didn't look like either one of my parents, which now is so ridiculous to me because I can see the resemblance so clearly. But growing up, it was, you know, people maybe thinking that I was adopted when I was with my dad, or I was clearly not my mom's child because I was so much lighter than her. And finding it hard to see myself in them and see myself in other people, and wanting to find this sense of belonging. And it became more clear every time someone found a way to point that out, right? In the times in school when folks were talking about, were pointing out on maps where their families were from and where their ancestors were from, and everyone pointing to places in Europe, and me being the only person to point to somewhere in Africa, or being in my honors courses and frequently being the only Black person, maybe the only person of color there. Being in groups of friends and being the only person of color, and people finding ways to point that out. So I bring that up because the stories that we've heard that are so powerful of really forms of explicit racism are out there, but there's a lot of pain that's caused when you can't see yourself in people who represent you or people who are in your community and you feel like you don't belong there. That's also a big part of racism. And I think that was the biggest thing that I experienced, where I knew I was different from everybody, and I knew I had to work so much harder than everybody else because there were all these assumptions that people were going to make about me because of the way that I looked. And I think I've taken that and I've used that to empower myself and go after my dreams and just fully acknowledge who I am and be proud of it and take that with me. But it's hard, and it's hard when you're young and you don't have the words to describe it or to describe how you're feeling and what you're going through, and to just feel pain and loneliness and confusion. And I think the biggest way that it's affected me and changed my outlook and experiencing racism, of course, but like I said, racism paired with sexism or paired with any sort of other ism, right, that's there, is that I want people to feel included. I want people to feel safe when they're with me, and I want people to feel like I hear them and I can represent them. And it's part of the reason why I'm so interested in politics and always have been, because my life is inherently political, and everyone who's spoken knows their life is when you're brown, right? Like the laws that are passed determine whether or not you can live. So it's important for us to see people that look like us there, and it's also important for us to bring people along with us when we're making those decisions.
My name is Rick Sanders. This is my story. This is my truth. I probably going to be the oldest one up here. I grew up in the South during the 50s, and my dad was in the military. He was stationed in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and we were on our way to Cuba. My mom, my two sisters, myself, my grandmother, and my grandfather. My grandfather worked for the railroad, so we were going to take the train to Miami, where we were going to catch a plane. We were at the bus station in Portsmouth, Virginia, and I was walking around the station. We had gone in through the colored entrance, and I was walking around, and there was a young kid, so I walked up to him, and we talked, and he pulled out some jacks, and we sat down, and we were playing with the jacks, and he went to throw the ball up, and I said, "Can I have a turn?" When he looked at me, he said, "Yeah, you can have a turn." He put the jacks down, and he says, "Well, let's see who goes first." And he started going, "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a nigger by his toe." When he said that, I'd never heard that word before. My grandmother ran out and grabbed me, and I thought, what did I do wrong? She told me later, "You didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to get you away from him." I thought, why would she be so upset? I was just playing with a kid. But my grandmother, who was a maid, knew my temper. When she had taken me to work once before, I got upset because the other kids called her by what I called her. They called her Nanny. That was my name for her. No one could call her Nanny except my sisters and myself. And when the little boy that she worked for, well, his parents, she worked for his parents, but the little boy that was there called her Nanny, I punched him. And once again, she grabbed me, and I had to stay in a room the rest of the day because she would have lost her job. I know she did it out of love, but for some reason I thought I was the one that was in the wrong. The good part about this story is we ended up in Cuba, and I saw a whole group of people of all different colors, shades of black, shades of brown. And these were people that looked like me that spoke Spanish. They were Cubans. And it showed me that no matter who you are, no matter what color you are, you can make it in this world. I ended up getting a job once when I got older in California, and I worked for a city, the city of Long Beach. I worked for the gas department. I was the first black supervisor. I got this job in 1974. I should have been proud, but I thought, what a waste. There were all these leaders ahead of me, all these people that had made a way for me to even get a job that had been looked over. But I was chosen to do something, and that stuck with me, basically because of my mom, my dad, and my grandparents. They instilled in me the understanding that I should never, ever give up. I should always work and do what I want and try the hardest, because even if I failed, I was okay. And that's my story. Thank you.
My name is Farhia. This is my story. This is my truth. About, I would say, 2002, my cousins and I went to Wisconsin, and we went there to visit a friend of ours who's graduating from college. So that's when I actually learned the word shopping while you're black, because that's what actually happened. Because I used to work for a company in Minneapolis that has stores all over the United States. And actually I was assistant manager here, so I traveled to Wisconsin, be part of the graduation, and we decided to go to the mall. So my cousins and I went there, and I think the first time we entered the store, we were not wearing hijab, nothing. Our hair was open, curly, we're young, just having fun. We went to the store. The first thing my cousin and I noticed were, like, the lady was watchful toward us. And I'm thinking, why she's so focused on us? I didn't get it. And I look at myself, I'm like, I work for this company. I'm wearing their $108 shirt, and she's still watching me. So my cousin's like, hey, you crazy, just chill. Forget about it, ignore it. I'm like, no. And I have that, like, if I feel like I didn't do anything wrong, but people are on me, I'm just have to say something, because otherwise I'll regret the rest of my life that I did not say something when I was there. So after a while, and I told her, you know what, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna ask her to say, excuse me, is there a reason why you're watching me, following me? Do you think I'm gonna steal? Because obviously if you're watching me, you think I'm gonna steal. It's like, no, ma'am, I was just straightening. I'm like, no, you were not. I said, can I talk to the manager? I said, you think I'll steal? I said, you know, the shirt I'm wearing is from your store. And I never mentioned that I work for the company. And I'm like, you know, it's $108. If I can afford the shirt, I'm sure I can afford the things you have here. So I said, I need to talk to the manager. I said, do you know your associate person is following me on store, me and my cousins? It's like, oh, ma'am, she was just doing her job. I said, she wasn't doing her job. Her job is to greet me and ask me, ma'am, do you need help? Can I help you with something fine and size? Is that be the approach you should ask me? But I said, but you're following me. And I felt I was violated because I came to look. Maybe I would have bought something, but I'm thinking, you think I can't purchase it? My money's better than someone who has lighter skin than I am. And I really got furious, and I said, I need your corporate number. I pretend like I didn't even work that company. I got the number. I said, you'll be hearing from me. And my cousin's like, I said, I'm not coming down. So I called while I was standing there. I said, I'm like, you know, I've been profiled here. I said, is that what you train your staff to do? Because why are they following me around? I said, let them check my bag if I have something. So I think I was frustrated. I was angry. I felt I was unwelcomed. And I think from that day on, I kind of figured like, okay, I'm a black person, Muslim person, in this society that actually look at you because of your skin color. They don't look at you if you're a doctor, if you're an engineer, if you're whatever you are. They're never gonna look at you beyond that color. And I think that was it. And I called corporate, I complained. I came back to Minnesota. I told my store manager, and I said, okay, so you trust me with this store, all the money that I cost every night, but when I go to another state, you follow me around. I said, this company follows me around. They think I'm going to steal from them. Why don't I steal all this money I have? It's like $10,000 and $50,000 I put in my pockets. She's like, you know, but hey, it's not like that, you know. They probably need a training. I said, how many times can you train somebody not to follow a color person? She's like, you know, that's so. I talked to someone coming from corporate, like, we're sorry, you know, that's not our policy. And I said, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to let her go? They're like, we're going to train her. I said, you're going to train her? I said, okay, then I quit. So I told my boss, you have 2 weeks to find somebody. And I left, I quit, because I felt if I wasn't appreciated, you know, I was doing my job, you loved me so much. I even got awards from them. And I'm like, what's the value of me working here? You don't value me when I go outside. Do I have to wear something with your outfit, your brand name says I work for you, in order for you not be followed around? So I quit, and actually my manager thought I was crazy. She's like, are you serious? I say, yes. I am gonna go somewhere I'm wanted. I'm welcomed. I don't have to. I can make money. I have a degree. I can go anywhere. So I decided to work for public schools, where actually I can serve kids who look like me, that actually want to see me in them. That, okay, you know what? You look like us. So even up to today, when we go to the shop, and I'm always curious. I look at my shoulders. I look at my children, because my children will be treated the same way. And I tell especially my boys, I'm like, this society is going to treat you like, excuse my language, but shit. Because you're a black kid. And they don't know how smart you are. You're so damn genius in math and science. And you get a perfect scores in state tests. Nobody's going to look at that. And I think that's what scares me. And I think, when are we going to stop following black children and black people, we can shop, we can buy things you wear. We work for our money. It didn't come. We didn't grow out of trees. We have to put out 40 hours, 50 hours a week like you do. So just being conscious and be aware. I'm aware of when I'm driving. I'm aware of when I'm at the complete stop. I'm always have to be aware, because if I'm not, then some guy is gonna say you're doing something wrong. And it's that same thing. Like when I go to stores, you will never ever see me spend cash. I just use my credit card. If I misplace that receipt, I know I purchased, I didn't steal it. And I tell my same thing to my kids. I'm like, when you grow up, I'm gonna give you a credit card. Just use your credit card because you're gonna be followed around. And I think it's kind of like when I look at my own Somali community or non-speaking communities, I look at that as, think of someone who doesn't speak English. If I, who speak English, learn how to speak English, can read and write, I can defend myself. I can stand up for myself. But what's going to happen when someone who doesn't speak English being accused you stole something? Or maybe they want to return something, but they can't return it because someone assumed you stole it. So, but just being conscious and be aware, and I have to know that I'm a black person and society's going to look at me different. And I'm okay with that. I love me. I love me because I'm black. But you can't judge me and say, I'm going to follow you on because you're unworthy of coming to our doors. So that's my truth, my story. And I don't regret I stood up for that woman. I don't regret I quit that company. I'm happy. And I think sometimes I will go to the mall and I'll see my old manager. I will give a hug. But I hadn't, for the last, since 2002, never went back and bought one outfit from them. And I love their clothes because it's wrinkle-free. I don't like pressing, but I don't, because that was it. When they decide to, when I feel like I'm not being followed, then I'll give you my money. But for that, I'll give it to my money somebody who actually appreciates my business. So thank you. That's my truth.
I'm Etienne Jevi, my story, my truth. I'm originally from Benin, and I've been here for about 12 years now. I work at different hospitals. And I had this one encounter when I was still in residency at one of the hospitals that I trained at, and it stuck to me for the whole time, and I kind of wanted to share that. And the story was that I was a resident to see a patient in a patient's room. I walked in and introduced myself as we are asked to do. And the man will not answer any question. I asked question, he just closed his eyes, will not answer any question. And at some point he said, I see only white doctors. And I'm like, excuse me? Yeah, you heard me. His answer, I see only white doctors. And that was shocking to me. That's somebody that I cared about, wanted to provide medical care to, went to their room, they will not answer any question, and the only thing they had to tell me was that they see only white doctors. So I pressed to know more about it. And he said, I don't see no nigger doctor. Get out of my room, you're not even from here, go back to Africa. And I just dropped. Because I've practiced, I did 7 years of medical school back in Africa and worked there for a couple of years. Not a single patient has ever told me any such thing. So to hear that sort of, rudeness was just unbearable. It was 3:40 and my shift ended at 4, so he was going to be my last patient of the day. So I left and went to report to my supervisor. And what shocked me the most was the attitude, the response from my higher up, which was, it's nothing. He didn't mean it. But how do you know he doesn't mean it? He said he sees only white doctors and wants no nigger doctor in his room. And it was going to be again a discussion between what I experienced with this patient relating that to my supervisor was going to become the problem, so I left. But I can say I did not sleep that night because I was angry. I used to be a really happy, outgoing kind of guy, and I would say my experiences here have definitely changed who I became. I'm working my way back to trying to be who I used to be, that positive, outgoing, bubbly person, but it's not an easy job. So when you asked previously what made me decide that I did not want to come back, that sort of experience made me not want to come back. That's my story.
My name is Bernard Walker. This is my truth, and this is my story. I haven't experienced any kind of hatred over the years of my life, but it doesn't mean I haven't experienced any kind of discrimination. People like to say that they're not racist or struggle with racism because they never hated anybody, and I've never actually experienced hatred, but I definitely experience indifference. I experience a sense where I'm viewed as an agent of violence or harm, or as being ignorant or less noble as the next person. So when I thought about some stories to share, I thought of two, and I'll just briefly share what they are and leave a punchline at the end. One is where I was teaching at a university, and at the end of the school year, of course, we get dressed in cap and gowns. And these are pretty expensive things, so the university actually was going to let us use them, theirs, without paying any fee and so forth. So I go up to the table in the gymnasium and say, I'd like a cap and gown for the graduation. And the woman said, well, sorry, sir, but we only have cap and gowns for PhD professors. I said, oh, okay. I said, I happen to have a PhD. Now, I thought her first comment should be, what degree do you have? If you have a PhD, but she began with certainty that I didn't have one. And when I told her I did, you would expect her to say, oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Hey, just go back there and pick. No, she just said, they're in the back. Complete indifference. And I find that people who are agents of discrimination, either they understand what discrimination is, but they may not always realize that they are actually participating or doing discrimination, or they just don't care. And in this case, this woman just seemed like she didn't care that that's what she was doing to me. In fact, I think she wasn't even aware that that's what she was doing. The second example was, I can think of tons of them, but I was leaving a Barnes & Noble's bookstore, and this woman in front of me just kept turning like this. And I was not like breathing down her neck. It was about maybe 10 feet between us. So she gets to her car in the parking lot and she goes like this, and she's popping her head like this. She said, if you notice, I have been watching you, and don't even think it's because you're black. And I said, well, I haven't said anything, but yes, I did notice. And I said, I'm not even going to get into it with this woman. Now, the interesting thing is, both women were black. So when I tell these stories, people are thinking like, oh, you know, obviously these people were white or something like that. No, these were black women. And this woman, her behavior, the way she behaved, the second woman, it's like she could care less how it impacted me. And she initiated the conversation, not me. And so the thing about racial discrimination is that it's not always about hatred. It could just be a matter of your own personal fear about somebody because of, you know, their skin color and so forth like that. I tell people that if these black women could be racially prejudiced, guess what? Everybody can be. Because a lot of people say, oh, I'm not racially prejudiced. We all in this country suffer from it. If you're black, which often you are a victim of it, and you yourself could do it to others, then all of us can. And that's not a good thing. Well, what we could do is to say this, that we may struggle with the fears we have, like see another person and say statistically, a lot of people who are black do this. Well, whatever goes on in your mind, you could control your behavior. This woman who was watching me like that, she could control what she said to me. What she felt is one thing, but what she said is something she could control. The first woman, completely indifferent. And that came out of just her ignorance about who has a PhD and who doesn't. I think when it comes to discrimination, it's not always about fear, but it's about seeing people as inferior, and that's racial discrimination, or seeing a person as an agent of violence, like the second woman. And the thing is, what we need to do, whether black, white, or whatever, is to say, how does that person feel when we treat them that way? We may not, be able to do anything about how we feel. We definitely can control how we respond and treat that person. Those are my two stories.
Thank you.
I'm Sarah. My story, my truth. So I thought a lot about what to share today and my experiences with, understanding racism and discrimination in my life. I think it's important to preface the story by saying that I'm a person who is adopted into an almost entirely white family. And that is very much affecting kind of how all of this affected me. What I chose to share. My family started out in St. Paul, which was more of a diverse area for us to live in. I always knew being adopted into a white family and being one of I have a brother who's also adopted, and that's pretty much it for people of color at that time. Now there are more little kids of color, which is neat, but I always knew that there was a difference between me and my family that was reinforced in different ways, sometimes good, sometimes not so good. When I was 9, in 3rd grade, my parents got a not so great deal on a house in Edina, which was by far more affluent than we could afford, and very monochromatic from the world I was used to living in. I have a couple friends from that time still that knew me as a kid, and I remember my friend Lisa a few months ago shared with me what it was like to watch me walk into school the first day of 3rd grade. She said that as soon as I walked into the classroom and took a seat, most of the students were staring at me like I was from outer space. And she tried to tell me this is 30 years ago, and she got emotional about it, explaining what it was like to watch me come in. Unfortunately, in that time and those kids, I grew up with kids that had a lot of sense of entitlement. And being different, it wasn't like it was every kid, but I suffered an enormous amount of bullying. I really learned some hard lessons about people feeling like they can say what they want to you, and sometimes they can touch you when they feel like they want to. The kids often, they would call me Aunt Jemima. They had a very small worldview, you know what I mean? At that point, we were like 9, 10. They didn't have a lot of black female, characters and entities to link me to. So that one stuck with me for years. I did get called nigger. I did have my hair touched, my skin touched, sometimes my body. A lot of teasing and a lot of making fun. I was with pretty much the same kids, too, through most of high school until I left to go to an alternative high school. It got better, a little bit better in high school, but I can't recall a day that at least there wasn't like a microaggression, unfortunately. And that's on a good day. So those comments and those things continued through high school and, just a lot. I reflect back on that time for a lot of reasons. I find that, getting through my 30s here is a lot about self-reflection, and I'm more aware of how I want to affect the world and what I want for my little corner of the world. I have a little boy who'll be 3 in the spring. I think a lot about how I want to face these things when he comes and he tells me that these things are being said to him. And, the question was, how do these experiences affect our worldview? I look back on it, and although I'm terribly still hurt by what these children said, where my anger lies is with the adults around this situation. Most certainly, there were teachers that were witnessing this. I don't recall ever once anyone saying to me, "Were you okay? How are you doing?" I don't recall any teachers venturing into conversations with these kids about why they were saying things. trying to help all of us understand what it means to be of a different race. I was just kind of stuck with it. I really, I think it showed too how much as a kid I was suffering. I was one of those kids who always tried to kind of put on the happy face, but you could really see it physically. I didn't have good self-esteem. I didn't have good body care. I didn't feel there was much to care about. So when I look back and I have anger, that's where it goes. I don't understand that. I think a lot about how, what those lessons mean for me now as an adult. I think a lot about, we're talking a lot about race and racism and what it means to be racist right now. I see a lot of people that think that they're not racist or they're not suffering from bigotry, because you are suffering when you're a bigot. I think they don't think that they're doing it. Their idea of somebody who's racist, you go out at night and you hunt black people. Or if you're discriminating, then you say this person can't have this job because he's black. It's actually can be very covert and just as dangerous when it's quiet. Just as dangerous. So nobody chased me out at night, right? But instead I sat for years having kids saying things to me, you can't sit through a lunch hour without someone touching my hair or calling me Aunt Jemima or worse. So I hear that a lot and I think about, how I explain this to people when they say this. Well, I'm not racist. We all do have bias. You know what I mean? You can sit back and be quiet and it's just as bad. It's just as bad. It's just as dangerous. And I think a lot about too, I think if you see me now and you experience me now, it might be hard to realize too that that was my story. I don't think I ever shared that with you in any of the time that we were hanging out. I don't think you knew any of that about me. You were really dear to me because you guys were so all of a sudden here were these excellent black women. And I was one of you. It was very special to me that time. It was like nothing I'd had before. Just thinking about, having the right to have my story and how I affect the world. This is what happened to me. Understanding that my story is evolving. Understanding that, I also have biases. There's times that I've hurt people because of bias. So, finding ways to forgive but not forget. Finding ways to create safe spaces so that other people that have a story you might not expect can speak their truth is important to me. How I want to talk to my little one about, how you be patient, how you tell me that you can't be patient, appropriate places to let him say, I'm furious, because he deserves that. Feeling all right, too, about eliminating people from my space gently and proactively that can't hear those things and can't foster that for him and me. So I guess that's, I'm trying to let those experiences move me to continue to do better. But I definitely learned something about, it can be very covert.
My name is Brianne Carmichael. This is my story. This is my truth. So it was very difficult for me to pick one story. I was like, let me pull out my Rolodex of racism here. And so in thinking about it, maybe there's just a series of kind of things that happened that kind of led to the trajectory of my life now. So I guess when I was 7, I started first grade. So my family is like a rainbow coalition. We are extremely diverse. And so that's what I experienced. It was normal for me to see white people, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people. That was just my family. And so we moved from Brooklyn Park to Rogers Elk River School District, which was a culture shock. And I think for me, it was more of a culture shock, not because it was pretty much an entirely white community where the only minorities were adopted children, it was because of how I was treated. So I remember within my first month, which was September, we started at a daycare called Appletime in Rogers, and it was my twin brother and myself. And so the kids would never let us play with them. We didn't really bother, because we were twinning, we were content with ourselves. And so one day the kids were like, hey, you can come play with us. And they would build this really huge fort of these rainbow colored building blocks that were pretty big. And it was like a castle fort. And they invited us to come in and play. And my brother and I were like, oh my God, they're inviting us. We're going to go play. And we ran into the fort, and then all the kids disappeared. And then all I remember really happening was the walls of Jericho, the whole fort just crashed in on us. And the kids started laughing, and they're like, we don't play with nigger kids. And so at 7, my feelings were hurt because my father had sat us down and had this conversation with us, because I grew up on Black pride, Black power. My first exposure to any kind of history was from the Ebony encyclopedias on Black history. So I was very aware that at 7 years old, nigger was not a good word. And I cried, my brother cried. Nothing happened to the kids. And this continued until we ended up getting kicked out for something I didn't even do that the other kids did that they blamed on the Blackies. So kind of moving along, that was pretty much my whole elementary school. I was called Jigaboo, Pickaninny, Dark Chocolate Drop, nigger, as I said, you name it, I was called it almost every day. I didn't like it. And so in that experience, I kind of I developed a strong sense of compassion and empathy. So I became the protector of those that were bullied, because the one thing I had were my fists. And my dad was like, if they put their hands on you, you knock them out. And so I was a very strong kid. And so I've never lost a fight. I was in fights constantly, probably up until 3rd or 4th grade. And then there was my final fight I ever got into was 7th grade. My best friend at the time was, she was a Canadian Inuit and African American. And so we kind of just collectively got together because we were the girls of color. And on our bus ride back from a track and field meet, there was a girl in the front, and she was just tormenting my friend. And she'd be like, Christine, close your legs, it smells. We drive by a farm, it smelled like manure. Christine, you smell like fish, you smell like ass. And it was horrific. Then she started calling us the N-word, and I just told Christine, calm down, don't fight her, none of that. We got into the school, and I remember she just kept going at it and going at it. Then she told me to told us to go back to where we came from. And I was done, because I was American. This is where my home is. This is where I came from. And I remember just taking my Sprite and just throwing it down on the ground, and her turning around blaming Christine, saying, I know you just didn't throw your water on me. And I said, no, it was me, and I threw it on the ground. I didn't throw it at you. And so she said, nigger, don't you ever do that again, X, Y, and Z. And I said, what you gonna do about it? She's like, I'm gonna send you back to your country. I said, do it. Send me back to my country. Hit me. And I remember tapping my cheek. She put her hands on me, and it was over. I ripped out her hair. I pushed her face into a brick wall. I was enraged. I was mad, and it was considered a hate crime. The police came. They asked me if I wanted to file a complaint. They were willing to take the charges up, but she got suspended. She got kicked off the track team. A lot happened to her, and I was just like, you know what? No, I think she learned her lesson. She came up to me and she apologized, but I knew at that moment I couldn't stay in that community. So by 8th grade, I told my mom, I will throw in my own personality, my own clothes. I will wear a uniform, send me to private school. I want to go to De La Salle. I don't want to be around all white people anymore, because I can't handle it. I can't take it. so she was happy. Yeah, she always wanted to send me to private school. So she took the tuition and she said, you both can go. And it was the best plea that I think I could have made for myself, because I was able to get in touch with my creative side, in touch with my Black heritage, my Black pride. I was able to connect and make friends with all kinds of people and become engaged in a lot of social justice work and diversity inclusion work. And so my love for that sprang, and out of that, my love for people grew. And now I'm more of a person that I can look at a person and say, I don't like your behavior, but I can still love the person. And I think that if I hadn't had those experiences, I wouldn't be the person I am today. So while I don't think racism is good, I'm thankful. And I wouldn't change. If there was a time machine, I wouldn't go back in time, and I wouldn't change anything, because I know I'm a better person, and I know that I'm a gift to society. And if you can't deal with that, you can walk on somewhere. So that's my story.
My name is Brian Allison. This is my story. This is my truth. I think once you approached me about this, it's been just eating at me, like, what am I going to talk about? What am I going to talk about? You know, I could talk about, as we spoke of, the first day I was called the N-word after Roots premiered in 1977, and I was chased around the playground by Todd and Tim, twins, and they were just, get the nigger, and I'm like, where's he at? I didn't know what they were talking about, but I knew they were chasing me. It hit me that this was from the first scene in Roots, where they chased Kunta Kinte. And even as then, probably if it was a school year, I was probably a 6-year-old getting chased around there. It wasn't that they were calling me this name, that I quickly realized that they were only calling Black people this name, or Africans, and slaves, when I was seeing Roots on TV. It was that they somehow thought it was cool to chase me and throw things at me and, in my opinion, do harm, some way or another, make me uncomfortable. And I think even to this day, it's never been about the word or anything like that. It's always been about the intent behind why somebody's going out of their way, to try to, if they were able to, put a damper on my day. Luckily, having the parents I have, I have thick skin. And if I do react, I react less about what was said by the fact that you decided to pick me that day and try to come at me. Now we're going to have a discussion, and I always tell people, you're lucky you got me today, because I know a lot of people that would probably put hands on you. Okay, so that's how I've always approached it. I've never, ever let anything, whether it was a racial epithet or even something. I've had situations where, a perfect example, that playground was in Sioux City, Iowa. I was the only Black kid in that whole school. That same year, or the next year, my parents moved to Detroit, Michigan. So I went from being the only Black kid to going to a city of Black people, and going to elementary school in a pretty nice neighborhood in Detroit, and having maybe 20 on a good day, white kids in that neighborhood. And so that was, again, it just added to my tough skin, because now I went to a whole different demographic. We didn't play the dozens and cap on each other's mamas in Sioux City, Iowa. So I had to learn how to, take that along with a lot of other things while living in Detroit. But it was beautiful because it was a chocolate city, in real talk. I went back there for the first time in 23 years, just this past September. And I would tell you, not being there for 23 years, just going back and being in there for a day, I felt like I was home. Okay? So you go then from Detroit, I moved to Urbandale, Iowa in high school, because when we left, it was just at the beginning of the crack era in Detroit. So my parents said, we got to go again. Went to a better situation, because my parents always tried to make sure I was in a good situation. Moved back to another school, and now I'm one of 8 Black kids. And the one thing I realized was, when I moved back to Des Moines, was that I started getting it from both sides. My parents trying to give me a better life in Urbandale, Iowa, outside of Des Moines, I'm being called Uncle Tom. I'm being called white boy, right? And then I go to school, and that's at church on the weekends. I go to school during the week, and I can't get a date to homecoming because I'm black. I can't get other little things because I'm black. And I know it, but again, that thick skin, I just kind of let it go. But the one thing I couldn't let go is this feeling that I always had to prove myself to somebody, or always make somebody think that I'm legit, whether it's I'm black enough or I'm not too black, which whatever that means. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So to this day, I guess, a lot of people's stories were about how you're affected still to this day. As a 47-year-old, I do still find myself, not necessarily in a black and white context, always trying to prove myself that, not so much about my value, but that I have something to offer, or that I'm as good as I perceive you think I should be, if that makes sense. So even like the stories here today, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, man, is mine as good as their story, or are they going to get where I'm coming from? I think that's the biggest thing. I'm always trying to prove to people, or have people understand where I'm coming from. But I don't see the same work on the other side of the table. And so as I sit here today and I listen to everybody talk, I'm realizing, one, we all have a lot of the same experiences. And the young lady before you speaking on her son, well, I have a young son who's 4, and I have a daughter who's 7. Their story is going to be a lot like mine. I mean, I live in Roseville. I do try to involve ourselves in community things. And all I can really do is, listen to what they have to say and try my best to teach them to have that tough skin like my parents gave me. And, and just, I don't know, hope for the best for them is the right term. It's allow them to understand that they don't have to prove themselves all the time like I feel like I do, and I think nowadays I'm more about proving myself as being a good dad than about being a good acquaintance to other people. So that's my story.
My name is Lynette. This is my story and my truth. As I was thinking about the stories that I might share today with you, I honestly couldn't pinpoint one moment in my brain. I would close my eyes, and even now, as I close my eyes, there's just this kaleidoscope of words, images, looks, interactions, experiences with people, and they all kind of resulted in this feeling of otherness for me, this feeling of this deep well of tears that I couldn't cry, words that I couldn't even articulate, and this weight on my shoulders of feeling like I'm not enough, and will I ever be enough? And I think this past year, with all of the focus being on police brutality and opening up and exposing the world to what we go through as people of color, has helped me to open up too and cry tears that I didn't know were there, and use language to give voice to a story that was just waiting. And I had a lot of white friends this year and a lot of white acquaintances this year ask me, what can we do about racism? What can we do to solve this dilemma? What have you experienced as a Black person What have I done to you? Am I racist? And all of these questions that were asked to me were really difficult because I felt like my story was being used to validate and give a check mark to someone else's answer that they should have been finding on their own. And as I thought back through the kaleidoscope of experiences where people have said to me, "Where are you from?" even though I'm from the United States of America. And, "Oh, are you a helper? Are you an assistant?" when I'm the teacher and the fully accredited person in the room. Or the policeman following behind me in a store, watching me to make sure I don't steal anything. All of those stories were mine. And when someone from my circle of friends asked me about that, in search of that answer so that they could check that box and make themselves feel like they weren't racist because it was the trendy thing to do in 2016, that's when I was able to unload those tears and find language and find expression for all of those experiences that I've had. And it's been so liberating for me to be able to say, this is my story, and I'm not ready to share it with you, but I wish you luck in finding what you're looking for as you reflect on your actions and who you are. And being able to be okay with not having to speak because a white person says, "Hey, I want to know about your hair. Hey, I want to know about your culture." And taking back that sense of ownership over my story and how I want to interpret and articulate my life. It's been wonderful for me and has resulted in an art show because, which you've seen, because I didn't want to have to spend time on using words to express my story over and over again and exhaust myself just for the sake of someone else getting an answer. And so I created an art show this year titled Reflections that basically visually expresses my experience as a Black woman in this country. And it's been really liberating, and it's been an extension, again, of being able to articulate my truth in the expression that I felt comfortable with. And also giving people a way to interact with my story without me having to feel used. And so my story isn't just one moment. It isn't just one word or one interaction with someone. It's really just a floodgate of all of these different experiences. Some of them I can name, and some of them I'm still filing through and cataloging and reflecting on inside, and I haven't even discovered yet. But what's beautiful about this process is that being able to hear other people's stories and being able to share my story shows us that we're not alone in this journey, and we never have been. We have generations of family and ancestors before us who have lived for us, died for us, sacrificed for us so that we can have the opportunity to share our stories. So when I get fearful of giving words to my story, and when I clam up or when someone asks me and I don't feel comfortable, I close my eyes and I draw on the strength of my community and of my family and of the ancestors before me. And I remember that my story is just a combination with others, and that helps me along the way.
So my name is Curtis, and this is my story. This is my truth. It's funny that we're here in Roseville. That's pretty much where I got my start and my first memories of life. My great-grandfather was a Swedish immigrant who built his home in Roseville in 1902, which is the first house that I lived in. My parents lived there in Roseville, which was a much different place than it is now. Roseville was pretty much still farmland. We had chickens and geese and, you know, raised rabbits and had 3.5 acres of land. And it's pretty interesting that we're having this conversation of racism and race in general. I have I wouldn't say a unique experience, but a very different perspective, definitely. Because the understanding of even what race was, to me as a child, was very different. It didn't exist until I was sitting on the porch one day with my great-grandfather. As children understand skin color, but we don't understand the definition of race until we're taught it. We know what people look like. We can see identifying differences between the hues and the shades and the colors and the eyes and the hair. My mother is biracial and my father is black. And identity of race is something that didn't come until I was sitting on the porch one day with my great-grandfather, and I knew that there was tension in my household, and with all of my grandparents, which I didn't understand very well at the time, being so young, but it was displayed and showed to me as time goes on. I remember sitting out there, and he was an old man, and he was rough. He was a carpenter, and, you know, he was kind of grizzled and hairy-faced and old. He moved slow. It's kind of scary, you know, but, you know, because, like, he lived downstairs and we lived upstairs, and, you know, like, we didn't have a lot of interaction, and I didn't really understand why at the time. But we were outside one day, and, you know, he gave me some candy, and he popped me up on his lap, which was not something that happened, you know. And he just said, you know, boy, I love you, and at least you don't look like a nigger. And I had no concept of what that meant, but, like, it felt good, kind of, like, you know, you love me, that's awesome, you know, and whatever this nigger thing is, it sounds kind of scary and probably something I don't want to be or want to look like, considering, you know, you said at least I don't look like one. I had a daycare that was right down the street. Actually, it's still a church. It's still a daycare. It's right off of Lexington and Parker, over by where the old Baskin Robbins used to be, like right behind that. There's a Super America over there. I remember walking to school, and I had an older brother who was a few shades darker than me, but I still didn't realize this understanding of black and white and race. And I would go to school, and, you know, all this. My brother was 4 years older than me, so he was in grade school at the time. He was already in kindergarten and in grade school, so we didn't go to school together. And all of the other children at the daycare were white. And mind you, at this time, you know, I have bright blue eyes, and my hair hadn't changed colors yet, so I have this beautiful blonde, like, curly hair, like the curls were just all over the place. And, you know, I had no concept that there was any difference between myself and the children that I was in daycare with. Well, my parents got divorced, and I moved to North Minneapolis. Again, it's kind of a culture shock. Roseville at the time was very different than North Minneapolis was. And I remember having this conversation with my grandmother, my father's mother, and she said, well, now you're with the rest of your black family, in a black neighborhood, you can feel comfortable being black. And I'm like, well, that's interesting because I'm not black. Like, I'm white. So, and, excuse my language, but I got my ass whooped, period, point blank. And, I didn't, for the life of me, understand it. And I heard my grandma and my dad talking. And my grandma's from Louisville, Kentucky. She had moved my dad and, my aunts and uncles up here. She said, in my time, that boy would have been hung. He would have been killed if he would have said that shit. Which was a whole other reality, like the idea of passing or attempting to pass for white or thinking or saying that you're white in the South was a whole other dynamic. And there was obvious tension in that side of the family because of my multitude of different heritages brought together. My brother was treated very differently by my grandmother than I was. And as I think, one of the gentlemen was speaking about this identity of being too black or not being black enough, the ideas in different circles as a young man was very confusing, and then I just lost track of caring about that. I came to a place, I was raised by my father. When my parents got divorced, my father raised me, who's a very, very proud, strong black man. That man is my hero. He has taught me to love myself for everything that I am, to love my community, to love my family, to love all the differences and all of the shades, and to love all people equally. He never taught me to hate or, you see race, and I can't say I don't see color. Of course I see color. I see race. But having a makeup of multiple races is a curious situation. And then I just, I identify, because culturally and society will always look at me as a black man. Now, I also realize and see when I am out with my white friends and when I'm out with my black friends of different colors and hues, the different ways that we're treated, the approachability factor of my darker skinned brothers or, or my lighter skinned brothers or myself, who will approach me when I am out in public, and how people will treat me different, whether it be in a restaurant or whether it be in a store, as being followed or not being followed, and who will feel safe to approach me if I could be with one of my best friends, Durante, and if somebody is in crisis or need of help, like who they will come up and talk to and ask for, whether it be directions or the time of day or just subtle things like that, that are just very evident that when you're closer to the reflection of an individual, they're a lot more likely to approach you or feel less threatened by your blackness if your eyes look more like theirs, or if your skin tone reflects somewhat more theirs. And we've done, just studies out in public just for fun to see what would happen if we did this or that, or one of us approached somebody, how would it be received? But oddly enough, the same thing happens in reverse in the black community as well, which I hope sometime soon we can get over, because it's that same slave mentality that separated us then that still at times separates us now. That your experience is not as valid because you're not as black as I am, or your struggle is not as valid because you are not as black as I am. How could you know what that feels like? How could you know what that's like? Well, I'll sum it up and just say, you know, I do a lot of work in the community for all different types of people, for all different types of reasons, you know, whether it be housing, whether it be LGBT rights, whether it be, you know, police violence and police brutality in our community. And there was a funeral in my old neighborhood over north when I lived over north that was happening, and some police officers had got a call there, and it was kind of a BS call, you know. And when they got there, they unloaded probably about 40-some shots originally at some very good friends of mine's dogs. They were puppies. They were not violent, vicious, any of the above. This family's mother had just passed away. You know, and they go in kicking in their door and shooting at these dogs. One of the gentlemen who's no longer with us, you know, he dropped down to try to protect his dogs, and these officers are still shooting at him. And why this is happening, in the midst of it, they shoot one of their own officers. And after they shoot their own officer, they are picking up shell casings, trying to hide how many shots were fired. You know, the call goes out over the radio, shots fired, officer down. I don't know if you've ever seen what that looks like in North Minneapolis, but it's like roaches with the lights come on, you know what I'm saying? There's cops everywhere, lights flashing, guns everywhere, you know, K9 units, AR-15s, M16s, and these officers are destroying this family's house during a funeral. Mind you, at the time, I videotaped everything. I'm videotaping it, and the officers are outside, and they're like, you know, who shot you? Who shot you? He's like, what are you talking about? You fucking shot me. You know, like he's telling his own officers that. And that situation kind of gets handled. You know, everything dies down the next day. I go back with my video camera just to videotape the damage to the house. My children are playing with their children. They go to school together. They, you know, live houses away. We're very close-knit with the family. I'm helping them, you know, clean up the blood from their dogs and put their furniture back together, pick their TVs up that are broken all over the floor. And the next day, about 4 unmarked cars and 3 regular squad cars pull back up to this family's house. And my children are playing inside with their children. And I'm, mind you, I'm videotaping this whole scenario, like documenting the damage to the house. And they jump out the car with canines again and assault rifles, and they tell us to leave the house, come outside of the house. I'm like, I'm not going, excuse my language, I'm not fucking going nowhere. Like, my children are in that house. I do not feel safe. The way you're even approaching this house right now, obviously you're not serving a warrant. There's no reason for you to be here. Like, this is a total intimidation factor. Like, what are you doing? I do not feel safe. Like, allow me to get my children out of this house, and then I will gladly leave, you know? But let me take these kids out of their house. This house, they've been traumatized enough. One cop puts an M4 up against me, handcuffs me. And I told him, I said, how am I supposed to feel comfortable with you going into this house? You have canines, you have assault rifles, you just shot one of your own officers yesterday, and I'm supposed to feel comfortable with you going into this house armed with my children in here? And this cop tells me, shut the fuck up, you're going to jail. I mean, my kids are right there, they're crying, Dad, what? Like, you know, people asking them, neighbors asking, what did he do? Like, all he asked you, you know, this is being recorded, like, all he asked you was, can he please get his kids out of the house? And we're walking down the car, you know, and I'm handcuffed and this cop's holding me and he's got a gun in my back and he's telling me, he said, you know what, nigga, if this was nighttime, you'd have a fucking hole in your head. I'm just like, this shit just don't never stop, man. Like, I mean, y'all are supposed to just I mean, protect and serve, like, y'all is on the same, like, 50s, 70s, like, threat situation, and I'm supposed to fear you, but realistically, I'm not afraid. Like, I'm afraid for my kids. I'm not afraid for what you can do to me. I mean, I'm good with God. Like, it's all being videotaped. If you kill me, you kill me. That I'm not afraid. But fortunately, you know, that footage and all of the above got that family a lawsuit, and they were able to successfully, you know, sue the police department and get some kind of reparations for the damage that had been done. You can't bring the dogs back. You can't redo mom's funeral. But it just showed, you know, overall, both the situation of them shooting their own officer and to the treatment of me, who was just concerned of the safety of my children, that, you know, racism is very much alive and is very present in this state. For anybody who thinks, you know, this Minnesota nice is here, it's very covert in a lot of internal places, in office politics and things like that. But when it comes to being out in these streets, it's just as it was in the 50s or early 1900s, or when the police were started to track us down as slaves and bring us back. You know, that this was nighttime, I'll kill your ass, nigga. So that's my story and that's my truth.
My name's Naya Harris, and this is my story, my truth. So when I think back, I'm 37 years old. There is one story that sticks out in my mind. It was the first day of 5th grade. And most of you know me pretty well. I'm really happy, like I'm really cheerful. And so that's how I was on the first day of 5th grade. And I remember sitting down in Mrs. James' class, face forward, big smile, like I'm here. And I remember looking over to my right, and there was a boy there with platinum blonde hair and bright blue eyes and an earring in his ear, but I can't remember which ear. I just remember he had an earring. And I remember he looked at me and he like kind of squared his eyes and he was like, "You're a nigger." And I remember thinking, I'm in 5th grade, so up until this point I hadn't heard that word before, but I knew it wasn't a good word. And I didn't tell my parents. I didn't tell my teacher. I didn't tell anybody, actually. And I actually just recently told this story like a month and a half ago on video with a friend of mine. That experience taught me that it doesn't matter what you look like, that you can be discriminated against at any time. And this person didn't know me. I mean, like I said, it was the first day of 5th grade. But what I've learned is that a stranger doesn't get to judge me. You have to get to know me before you can judge me. That's my story. That's my truth.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Oop. So could everybody turn your videos back on so we can see that we have everybody back again? We had a few new people join us. Reverend Jacqueline is here now, so she'll be emceeing from here on out. And one of our board members, Raj, joined us. So that was really powerful. Naya, I feel grateful that you put the energy into putting this together and being willing to be here today with us to lead us in a discussion about how this relates to us and to our work with conflict. And I just want to read a little brief introduction and then turn it over to Jacqueline to introduce Naya. What is the role of race and racism in conflict, in our work with conflict, in our biases and responses? In the documentary, Black people shared stories of how their lives have been impacted by racism and racist actions in an array of contexts, including employment, interaction with law enforcement, public accommodations, such as shopping while Black. Following the documentary, Naya is going to guide us in a discussion of how these experiences affect people when they come into the legal system to address their disputes, and how as advocates or neutrals, oh, sorry, that part was something that Chad had said, forget that. Naya is going to lead us in a discussion. I'm going to let her, share about what that's going to be. But it's an opportunity for us to unpack our reflections on the documentary about how race and racism is relevant to us and also to our field of working with conflict. So I'll turn it over to Reverend Jacqueline.
Well, I can actually say good evening, everybody. Good evening. So I can't see faces right now, but I just think all being So how about we just give a snap for the documentary? Well, I will say this. This is my story. This is my truth. And I'm here to introduce the artist in front of, not behind, this awesome video documentary. But before we go forward, I have a question for you, and I want you to think about it. What is your story? What is your truth? Write it down so that others can see it and you can be aware of it. Naya Harris is a wife, mother, and a new resident of Brooklyn Park and a former resident of Roseville, Minnesota. She is very involved in the community and believes it is important to create connections to build a stronger network. Naya was a part of the grassroots nonprofit called Do Good Roseville for several years and hoped to bring the same energy and ideas to Brooklyn Park. Let's give it up for Naya Harris, wife, mother, artist, and author, I would say. I can see a book coming through this. So I just want to greet her. We want to greet her with a hand clap, hand snap, or something. Just nod your head and acknowledge that. Please. Welcome, sister, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Reverend Jacqueline. Thank you, Lauren, for inviting me. Good evening, everybody. You just got done finishing the documentary, My Story, My Truth, which was put together in January of 2018. After filming this documentary, we had several screenings across the metro, and the link was made available for free to anyone through the Do Good Roseville website, so that anyone who wasn't able to take part in the screenings could watch it from the privacy of their own home. And so it's just kind of taken off, and it's been one of those things that it's just, it's gone as far as, at least as far as I know. I've been asked to do a screening in Stillwater, which was nice. So it's far reaching. And one of the things that I know about the documentary is that it was created in 2018, and it seems just as relevant now. And I think so far it's aged well. And So yeah, I will leave it kind of at that. So I'm excited to be here, like I said. Thank you again to Lauren for inviting me. And then I want to jump into some questions that I have. And my first question is, just to kind of give you guys a second here to, my first question is now that you've watched this documentary here, what is your emotional response? What's your first response to hearing the true stories of all of these local African-American people in Minnesota? What's your emotional response to after seeing this film?
I would say agents of discrimination jumped out at me.
Okay. Thank you.
I kind of went between feeling sad and feeling angry. It was kind of vacillating between those two feelings as I listened to the stories.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I would say numb. I would say numb. For me, numb.
My emotion was kind of mixed, and it can resonate to many other emotions that I've seen of while I was in America. Coming from a third world country, I was just asking myself, I mean, growing up, I've never had any race issue. All the people that I grew up are just like me, so I can totally feel that pain right now of having, like the agency of needing to do better. So I feel like Minnesota, America needs to do better.
Thank you.
This is Louisa. I just noticed myself just in these boxes. I'm just sitting here shaking my head, like it's just blows me away. Yet I hate to say I'm not surprised at the behavior and the reaction of my community that I live in. I've heard these stories. I've been invited to hear these stories.
Mm-hmm.
I've sat with friends and heard these stories. It makes me want to, well, not want to. I know why I'm doing the work that I'm doing, why I serve on this board. And stories are the most important. They share an incredible opportunity. They are an incredible opportunity to share with others. And I want to thank you for this incredible piece. It's so simple, yet so painful to watch.
Thank you.
And again, it resonates to many of the stories, Naya. One of the second story, that was the young lady who said she went to an appointment, and then the guy was like, okay, no, it's all booked. It actually did happen to me and my wife, it was just a year after I came to America, and I was so new. I get married, and we went to me and my wife went to a mall in Minnesota, and she was really wanting to do her makeup, and we were just sitting there, and she was like, okay, the lady was like, hey, we're not accepting any walk-ins today, so you can sit if you want, but I don't give you, I don't give you guys the promise that you will just end up having the makeup. And we have been sitting, she didn't have anyone, she was just standing, and then all of a sudden a few white ladies walked in, and she did their makeup and tried on them. I was just calm, I didn't know what's going on. My wife was kind of understanding all this kind of race thing, and we went to her. I was like, hey, we were just sitting here, and same, like, you're accepting people. And she was like, oh, first of all, I don't know how to do your face. So that means she's darker. that means she have a hijab. That means there's many other reasons that she can't do her face. And then we were like asking, hey, is there anyone that can help us with this? And she was like, no, I don't think there's no one here who can do your face. And I was cool, calm, kind of didn't know anything about this race thing, and just convinced my wife to just walk away. So yeah, so many of these stories can resonate, and once I was just listening to that incident or scenario, it just like caught my mind and reversed it back to many years ago when we had the same thing, and I felt like I was like in a aha moment. Oh, okay. So yeah, thank you for your energy and time in like shining light on those.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing your story. Oh, Regina, were you going to say something?
I'm so sorry I wasn't on mute. I was my dog. I have to stop my dog right now. He's doing something bad.
Well, I guess I will say I was not shocked by anything that I saw. I guess if I were to say something, I guess like Nicole, it would be numb. It's not new. I'm not surprised at it. So I guess that would be my response.
Okay. And I certainly understand that emotion of feeling numb. And just really quickly, when I said before the movie started, I'm going to step out and I'll come back. That's actually the reason why, is because I've watched it so many times. And I guess for those of you who don't know, I was the last person in the movie. And I feel like I'm reliving it every time I watch it. So I have chosen, after maybe I think 3 or 4 screenings, I made a decision that I would not watch it anymore, but I would certainly be a part of discussions. So I understand that emotion of numb for sure. So thank you. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else want to share their emotional response?
I'll say a couple words. I get frustrated when I see these things. It's frustrating to me because I don't know. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Because the human race has been around for a long time, and look where we are. And that to me is frustrating. And that feeling that some others have shared about being numb, that's there a little bit. I mean, there's a whole range of emotions I think that go along, and sad, frustrated, angry, but the frustration I think comes from just this kind of trying to understand why people can't somehow come to a higher level of understanding and humanity. So it's that would be my 2 cents there right off the bat.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing.
I would say for me, echoing what other people are saying, it's not a surprise at all. And there's sort of a sense of heaviness about it not being surprised. And then from there, I tend to go into like being reflective. I don't think that's a feeling, so I can't quite figure out the feeling word that goes along with that, but reflective of like, how as a white person am I complicit, and then how has this organization been complicit and our field been complicit, and wanting to dive deeper into those questions.
Okay. Well, I think that's actually a good segue into my next question for the group, which is, what is your first memory of race? Anyone feel comfortable sharing that?
I can start. I had interesting, when I was 4, I went to a preschool, 3 or 4, somewhere in there. And my teacher was from India. And I still to this day don't know why. But oftentimes, my mom was a single mom. But oftentimes on weekends, I would stay at my teacher and her husband's house. And so that was a very interesting, because it was such a cultural difference, especially the food and just little things like that as a child that I remember. But then another thing that my mom used to do when I was very young, and we did this, did I lose it? For quite some time. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, I can
Okay.
hear you just fine.
So she used to, we lived in I think in Richfield at the time, and we were poor. We lived in a little house, and I think she got a car from her parents, and it was a big car. And we would drive somewhere in I think it was North Minneapolis. And she would go door to door, and we would pick up kids. Now they were all black in this neighborhood. The whole neighborhood was. And we'd go to Como Zoo. We'd bring as many as we could fit in the car. And I said to her one day, I said, how come we come here and we do this? And she said, well, because some kids will never get to go to the zoo or see the zoo the way that we are if we, so I want to bring them. I want to show them. And those experiences happened to me so early on that you start going through life and you start to think that everyone sees things the way you do. And sometimes you don't recognize some of the issues and problems that are going on outside of your view, outside of what you can see. So that, but it formed me in a way that I just always saw people as people whenever I met anybody. As a matter of fact, I was always interested in people that were different than me. And I guess I have my mom to thank for that. But I've to see where things are at today. It's difficult. It's really difficult to think. In my entire life of 52 years, this is where we are. So that's once again, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for sharing. Anyone else want to share their first memory of race?
It's hard for me to remember a time that I didn't think of race. I was told from day one in our household, we were told who we were, and how the world saw us. My grandparents did not leave it to chance, because at that point it's always dangerous for us not to know. So they told us right away. So even before the sex talk, even before all of that, before the birds and the bees, they told you are a Black child, and when you go out of this house, we love you, but in the world, you'll be treated all kinds of ways. My grandfather came from the South in 1909, vowing never to go back. He said those were the meanest white people he had ever seen in his life. And he was a son of slaves. So he saw slavery and talked to us about it all the time. So there's never a time in my life that I was not aware of race and how I was viewed or how I was seen. And when the other gentleman said, I don't see race. Oh yeah, we were, we sized up people for that reason. I mean, we were taught to, for our own safety.
Wow. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a story, or I have a memory, and it's a hard memory to share, but I think it needs to be shared. So I grew up in London, in England, and I'm Jewish. I say that because my family, my mother and my stepfather, who are primarily in my life, so it had to be over past the age of 11, which I point out is significant, because I didn't, I thought, there are so many stories, but the stories that I want to share was, was my stepfather, who thinks he's not a racist. I don't know if I can say you're a racist to somebody. My experience of him at such a young age was here he goes again. And it was dusk. We were driving down the street, and I talk about my Jewish identity because we were encouraged to spend time with other Jewish people and nobody else. And I always fought that. It's like this take care of your own kind of thing. So it wasn't about race, it was about identity and being part of your own group. And yet I always pushed and had all kinds of friends. I was the kid that loved everybody and wanted to have friendships and relationships with people that I connected with. On this particular day, we were driving to central London. So it would be like, say I lived in Roseville and we were going to downtown Minneapolis, for example. It was dusk, and we have things called zebra crossings in England, which are places for pedestrians to cross. And then there are these orange beacons on the top that are supposed to encourage people to walk across the street at a place where they're supposed to. And sometimes people don't cross the street where they're supposed to. All of us have done that. I guess it's jaywalking here, right?
Yeah, jaywalking.
And my stepfather goes, "Oh, how many points can we get if we hit this person?" And I was young, and I just lost it in the back seat. How could you say that? That is because I knew what he was saying. It was a person who was black, who was crossing, and it was dusk, and then you can't see, and then there's this whole, it was just this joke that he was making that I found so offensive. And I had so much embarrassment as a little girl. And I got into trouble because I didn't keep my mouth shut, because I didn't think it was funny. And I will never forget that story. It's just, it's not okay. It was not okay at that age to teach. That what we learn at a very young age from people around us, from observation as to how, and I grew up in extremely eclectic, educated family, right? And in a city that has people from all over the world. So that was one of the stories.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else want to share?
I will. And I'm not sure. Sometimes I think maybe your first experience of race is really not, is more indirect, like through stories. So for me growing up as a kid, I was identified as being part Native American. And so there was always, in my household, there was always stories about respecting persons who maybe didn't look different from you, but may be different from you, as well as persons of color. I grew up on a farm, and my father had a rental property on the farm, and it was part of the Underground Railroad. There was a hidden aisleway behind the fireplace. So there were always, but I grew up in this little town in Ohio. There weren't people of color in that town. So it wasn't like I had direct experience. It was more stories about the Underground Railroad, stories about persons, more that than an actual encounter. And I think my actual first, and then also being really clear that we were to say Negro, not nigger. I mean, we were just there was more about stories around us. My actual first person that I think I ever met that was of different color, skin tone, so that we knew that they were different, was a high school boy who was part Native American, and his father was Black, and his mother was Native American. And I didn't even, I mean, he just seemed like he was, by that time, you know, you're pretty mature by that time. You know, you're in high school. I was probably a junior in high school. I didn't even think much about it, except that I knew he was the only one in town. The only person in town that had this sort of mixed background and was of color. I never saw another person of color probably until I went to college. So that's very interesting that your experience of race, I hadn't thought about it, but my experience of race was more about the stories in those early days. And
that Rosanna,
yeah.
The reason that we don't think about it, you and I, is because we don't have to live the discrimination. And I think the message that's being offered, I mean, not directly offered, is that if you ask somebody who is Black, who identifies as a person of color, or their identity, they couldn't tell you the first time. It was probably before, as soon as they were born, and had an experience in our Western world, or you know, the social construction of race in America. And it was similar for me in the UK. It was just hidden differently with imperialism and colonialism, because the Brits would say that, you know, it doesn't happen here, but they just did it in secret somewhere else. But it was alive and well. But it's just interesting to me.
And that's what I mean when I think of my first experience of race. It wasn't a direct contact. There just wasn't anybody in my community that I had any direct contact with. But I have to say, one of the things that really hit me, and I have always felt as though my parents were really clear about trying to, you know, like I said, they are Negro, they're not nigger. And yet I know that we went to the penny store and we bought little licorice babies and we called them nigger babies. And we got nuts that were brown nuts and they were called nigger toes. And it would never have dawned on my family that that was wrong. And I look back at that and it just, I mean, I had no idea, you know, as a kid, but there was this kind of just unawareness. I guess would say lack of awareness of what that meant.
Thank you very much for sharing. I do want to say one quick thing, Rosanna, right? That I experienced this in several of the screenings, and I know that the N-word was a word that was used within the documentary, but I would ask, out of respect for the people of color that are in this space, that going forward for the rest of the evening here, that we use the word N-word as opposed to the word that you use, because that word is attached to so much that it elicits different reactions in people. And so I would just ask very respectfully if you could just use the N-word instead of saying the word.
Not a problem. I mean, even coming off my lips, it felt bad. So yeah, I understand.
Thank you very much.
Although I will say that even when you explained how the town was that you lived in, it's a huge statement of race to have no one else that looks other than you in that space. And we have to actually start to look at that because when I'm talking to people usually, you know, white people who are, you know, like saying I was from a small town and I never saw another person like that. It's like the fact that you know, were in that space, it's not natural for you never to experience anybody who looks any differently from you. That in itself is a huge racial statement.
It is. I totally agree.
Yeah.
That's why I said having that experience when I'm just being asked the question, when did you first experience that? As a one-on-one experience, it didn't come till I was in high school. That's very unusual. Although the Ku Klux Klan was very active, they burned a cross on my grandfather's farm because we were Italian in a and Catholic in a community that wasn't. So there was a lot going on in that little town in Ohio that I think says a lot, totally exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else wanted to share there? I want to make sure I'm leaving plenty of space for if anyone has anything. Okay. How might you grow more in your understanding of another person whose life is different than your own?
You build relationships. You build relationships with people. People you meet along the way, whatever. We don't allow barriers to keep us, from meeting people. I think that's kind of how you do it. You just start one conversation at a time. It's one interaction after the next interaction after the next interaction. And with every relationship and every hello and every goodbye, you learn.
I agree with that.
What do you say to the person who says, and I've had this happen to me, what do you say to the person who says, well, I just don't know any people of color, so that prevents me from having those friendships and those conversations? What do you say to that?
I would say that that's probably deliberate. I would say, because people tend to surround themselves with people who think just like them, who look just like them, and that makes them comfortable. So I would say if you actually only know one type of people, it's deliberate. It's not by accident that you don't know a variety of people, and maybe you should look at that.
Thank you for that.
Naya, something that came to my mind was a personal journey. I'm a verbal processor, so it's my natural tendency to start speaking and filling up space as my own way of processing through my thoughts. And I kept butting up against that impacting people, but not knowing what to do about it or even how to understand it for a really long time. So that's a ownership that I've taken, that I have that awareness now, and I've spent time, and especially in the last couple of years, and especially even looking on the space I'm taking up in these conversations, or in my own personal social media, whose voices am I filling up space with, whose thoughts, versus using that space to lift up other voices that are wanting to have more space. So just that thought process and trying to navigate my way through that.
Thank you.
I find it rather interesting that as adults we are trying to figure out how do we, as Brenda say, develop relationships, or how do we understand. And what keeps coming to my mind is children. When you see children play, they play. They don't look at sex. They don't look at color. They look at nothing. They play. They play as children. They don't see differences. They don't see size. They don't see age. They see absolutely nothing but pure children who want to play.
Absolutely.
And so that makes it very difficult for me. As Brenda said early on, we were taught about racism. Not only were we taught, we had members in our family who were hosed. And when I say members of families, I'm not talking about 1900s. My child's grandmother was hosed down, had dogs chase after her, And she just passed away at 65 years old. And so my child is 31, and her child is 8 years old. That cycle continues because her grandmother would say to her as a little girl, remember, you can't say that. Mm-mm. You can't do that. Mm-mm. Why y'all moving in that white neighborhood? Because there were complications, there were things that would come. And then as my child got older and color was not a factor in our home, she began to date out of her race. And when she began to date out of her race, the impact of her doing that was very crucial in our life. And so what becomes normal for every other race, for African Americans, there's always a barrier to it. And so for me, I find it very difficult because when you look at two children playing, innocent children who have not been exposed to anything but being children, they play as kids.
Absolutely. I would agree with that statement, Nicole. Absolutely. Anyone else want to either piggyback on what Nicole said or have anything else that they'd like to share up to this point?
Well, I just noticed Steve's comment in the chat. He said his mic is out, but I want to at least put his comment out there. He says, my mic is out. I think listening to others is most valuable.
Thank you for that, Steve. And thank you for reading that, Brenda. For the people of color that are on this Zoom meeting, the stories that were told, let me first just hear, do you feel like you have your own story, like you could add on to that documentary? Do you have your own story?
Definitely.
So do you have one story, or do you have 5 stories, or countless stories?
Like countless.
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 Countless. And for?
I have my story and others that I could definitely share. I even have it in my family. It's happened in I just really had to breathe. Seriously, I just had to breathe listening to everything that was being said. I said, I have enough people that I know that could fill up another documentary.
Let's sit with that for a minute. Those stories are, so here's one thing that you didn't see in the documentary, is that every person who told the story was essentially taken back to that time. And once they told their story, they would get up and leave the studio and go out into the lobby area where we had snacks and things. Most people fell apart. Most people cried. Like, a lot of the men cried, which I feel like is something you don't normally see. But it was really hard. All of them also felt that this was so important that it was necessary and needed to be shared. They felt that it was important, and that just what the work, they trusted me enough, which I'm so thankful for, that their stories would be shown in the right light. But I think that says something about the fact that the people of color on this Zoom can relate to those stories and have countless stories of their own. And I think that that takes a toll on you mentally and physically. And yeah, I'm just kind of curious to know what the white individuals on this Zoom feel like. If they, my whole thing is always about speaking up, So in some of those instances, there were bystanders and the person didn't speak up. What's keeping white people from speaking up when situations like that happen?
My experience growing up with social pressure and shame.
Of the potential 6 campaign advanced team staffers testing positive, potentially others have been in contact.
Mine is just avoiding conflict.
That's the real concern. The big challenge with the
Sorry,
virus,
Lori.
I think most people do this by now, is that people can still
I think I
spread.
hear someone's TV or something in the background.
Yeah, that's mine. That's why I keep it muted. I'm sorry. My husband's watching CNN.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Did you want to share a comment?
With me, it's conflict that I try to avoid, and it's wrong, but that's part of the problem.
Thank you for sharing that. Lauren, did you have a comment?
Oh, well, being the person that has the more natural tendency to process out loud, I had a tendency growing up and still do to speak out when I think something is wrong, and I experienced a lot of shaming and silencing from my white family and my white community that taught me to carefully choose my battles more now as an adult.
Mm-hmm.
So that element of white culture is very strong.
Okay. I'm seeing that this is from Steve. I can't speak. Can you read all of that, Lauren? I'm on my phone, so I can't see the whole comment.
Yeah, Steve says, I can't speak for them. I'm a civil rights lawyer and think it's critical to call out discrimination when it occurs. Silence brings complicity.
I would agree with that. I had an older white woman who was kind of very honest and blunt about it tell me that the reason she doesn't speak up is because she's afraid of losing her social circle. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I was going to make a comment. I'm doing a study, and the book is called Nice. And underneath the word nice, it says God called us to be nice. He called us to be kind. And so I think most of the time people are nice. And in the African American culture, we call that nice nasty. If any of us can relate to that, that we're nice, and that means we're not authentic. We just say things what we think people want to hear. We do things that we think people want us to do, rather than being authentic, being honest, being truthful about situations, and you want to be in a circle. You want to be a part of a group, and only to find out once you get in that circle, there's an inner circle. And so for you to be like, you want to be liked. You want to be, oh, she's so nice. But you know she can be very nasty. So is that really, you know, people kind of use nice as a virtue, which is really not. You're not being honest. You're not about being authentic. You're not being true to nothing. You're just going along to get along, to fit in. I mean, you're nice to get a promotion. You use it all throughout your life. You use the word nice to be able to gain some influence. So kindness versus nice is what are your motives behind what you do? And if you can do it and not gain a cent from it, that's truly kind. Versus nice has a connotation of your motives behind it. It is to get you somewhere, gain something, receive something, in that sort of. So.
Thank you for sharing that. Really quick, Lauren, I just want to make sure I'm being respectful of time. Are you about to cut me?
I was going to ask the group, because I feel energy around this conversation, and we tried to guess how much time it would need. We knew that this subject can go on and on and on and on legitimately, and we were really concerned because the event started at 4, and that's 4 hours of hanging out on Zoom. So we had no idea if you all would be wiped and done and not interested in engaging anymore at this point, or if you really wanted to dive in and have a longer conversation. So I want to honor the people that plan to leave at 8 and need to, and I also want to honor if anybody wants to stay and continue this conversation. Maybe we could all kind of weigh in on that. And also, Naya, I want to honor your time because we had talked about a set amount of time. So I don't want to make the decision. I want to put it out to the group with those considerations. And then Reverend Jacqueline is always talking about a part 2 for all these webinars, and she's so right. So this, you know, it's just like a circle has no beginning or end. A conversation has on these topics started long before we got here and are going to continue. Like, the issue is going to continue, and the hope is that the conversation continues through that. You know, we're listening, reflecting, and then there's the visioning, and then there's the action, and then the listening, reflection, and vision and action. So we at CRM want to move this into action and also be reflective and listening and do all of that. And I know, Naya, one of your questions, your final question to us, was going to be about action.
Yes.
And
I didn't know if I had time to ask it still, so.
Well, I think at the very least, we can ask everybody to reflect on that before we go. You can at least like share it as a please reflect on this, but I would like to find out from the group who would like to stay and continue the conversation, and how much time would you like to do that?
I would like to just make a comment about, you talked about a part 2. I think that this would be, it would be powerful if there was a repeat of the documentary for the broader membership that might be interested in engaging in this way as a separate webinar, or at some point live, which is what I would love to be able to do. And so there is never, and there are so many other people that would benefit from the experience. And I mentioned earlier about the simplicity, and that was a respectful, it came from a place of respect. It was what it was, because lived experiences day to day.
Well, before we continue, maybe people should speak to their time. Is
Well,
anybody happy?
I'm very verbose, Brenda. That's just my story. I'm terrible.
No, that's okay. So does anybody have a problem with maybe going, what, Naya, do you need 5 or 10 minutes?
Yeah, that would be absolutely great. I'm totally fine on time, so I just wanted to be respectful of time because I know that I had a set amount of time. So
is everybody okay with that, or does anybody have to leave?
I think someone popped up in the comments they needed to leave.
Okay. Yep. It
Right,
says,
so
I cannot say, yep. That was Raymond.
Okay.
Anybody else? If you could put it in the chat, do you have to leave? Yep, someone needs to go, but would love to continue the conversation. Okay, thank you.
If Raymond have any final comments, put it in the chat.
And Raymond said, let's please keep the conversation going.
Okay, so can we maybe say we'll cut off at 8:15?
Yeah, that works for me. Does that work for you guys?
And anybody who needs to leave, please feel free. We'll have other conversations.
And Naya, you had asked me to, there's the topic about the question about how this all connects into our work, and you had asked me to kind of help craft the question. Do you want me just to share that now, or did you want to, did you have another question you wanted to ask first?
No, I just wanted to lead into that. And if you probably noticed, I just went a little bit off script too, because I think it's very important in these discussions and conversations to like go authentically where the conversation needs to go. So while it's really good to have like an idea of what questions you want to ask, I think it's really important to honor how people are answering and ask follow-up questions. So that's kind of where I went a little bit, but I was eyeballing the time. That's why I wanted to ask it. So I'll go ahead and just jump into your last question that you sent me. The last question is this: how does your implicit bias come into play with your work with conflict, even when you are trying to be neutral? Anyone on that one?
Well, for me, I always just kind of try to remain conscious of what my biases are. And constantly, you know, like I'm thinking about what is the objective, what am I working on, that kind of thing, and just keep my biases to the forefront.
Thank you for that.
I would agree with that, and I think part of that for me is sometimes I get surprised by something that I see catches me that I didn't expect it, and so it's not like I always know what my bias. When I know this is something, I try to keep it to the side and really focus my listening and try not to have that impinge. But every once in a while, there's just something that pops up in my brain, like on the side, and I'll go, whoa, gotta pay attention to that one, let it move that one. So that awareness is really important, but sometimes I do get surprised. And I have to really distinguish it right in the moment or to be able to stay present.
Thank you for that. I think that's a really excellent point, by the way, too, being aware of your biases, because let's face it, everybody has them. I have them. Everybody has them. But it's what you do with those biases, I think, that allows you to grow and move forward and get past it. That's really important.
And I would question whether we can fully get past it, you know, meaning when we go through mediator training and various other types of facilitator training, we're taught that we should put our biases in check. And the danger is that we can think that we've arrived at a place where they are in check, and that's when we do the microaggressions and the things that we're not aware of. So I want to keep having conversations about this idea of neutrality, and maybe thinking of a way to get at approaching facilitation in a way that is what we're going for, and also not limiting ourselves to falling prey to our biases while thinking that we're being neutral. And we learned in our listening sessions from the community, and especially from the African American community, when we went on Lissa Jones's radio show, Urban Agenda, and African American listeners called in and talked about their experience with mediation, and talked about their experience with the conflict resolution community, and talked about how they felt silenced by the mediators who didn't understand why they were trying to talk about race in the mediation, or why they were trying to talk about certain things. And the mediators, I even experienced it once as a co-mediator, and my co-mediator could not understand from his white lens why it wasn't them just going off and following a rabbit trail that wasn't relevant, and he kept trying to shut it down as his perspective of it not being relevant, and he was having a hard time seeing that that's his own bias. And so our biases are there and they're present, and when we think we're being neutral, we might even be causing more harm. Obviously, we don't want to be, our whole thing around that is trying to not jump in and steer the conversation, obviously, but how can we meet that goal while also not falling into that trap, if that makes sense. So that's something that I hear brought up over and over and over and over around the question of neutrality and whether organizations should be not speaking up for human rights violations that are happening because they feel like they're supposed to be neutral, and then others saying, well, if you're neutral, then your silence is complicit. And that's a very real thing in our field. So I just want to bring that up, that I would personally be really interested in a conversation and continuing to talk about that question of bias and neutrality and what to do.
I think you could do a whole like discussion on just that alone, just bias alone. So yeah. Well, hopefully you and I can have some talk about what maybe a part 2 might look like. I'm definitely on board for that if you would like to have me again. Anyone else?
As everyone was talking, one of the things I thought about is how we say, this is what we want to see reconciliation, but nobody wants to get uncomfortable. When I listened to a couple of the young men, one of the guys talked about every time he heard the N-word, how he kept, beating a guy up, socking him, and the young man kept doing the same thing. And you could hear in his voice that even just talking about it, it just bothered him. But what I have found is nobody wants to be uncomfortable. Everybody wants things to be nice, as Nicole said, but nobody wants to be uncomfortable. But there's a certain level of discomfort that you deal with everywhere you go. Today, there's a service in St. Paul, had police officers there, and it was a situation that came up. And it just so happens that because I was a clergy there, they asked if I knew the people, asked questions, and I said, it shouldn't be where you have to check in with someone that has a collar on or a suit on in order for someone to be let go.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm not saying all Black people talk loud, but we do talk loud sometimes, and sometimes we talk over each other, so people can perceive or think that we're arguing, but sometimes we're just having passionate conversations, and all of it is not where you're arguing and bickering with one another. So even as I was on my way back from St. Paul, I had to deal with it, where a police officer, a whole bunch of 7 civilians, but the area where they were in, it was more than 25 people. And they said, we've been waiting to bury our mom for 6 months.
Mm.
People started coming because they heard, and then people started posting on Facebook. And what I said to them is, you know what? Y'all remember when we was young, and I think it was Red Rover, and you had to extend your hands out. And I said, don't touch each other. I said, but extend your hands out and make sure that your space is at least 6 feet. Well, St. Paul, they've been given, there's certain things that they can do. Everyone had on masks. They even had gloves out there. I told them if they didn't have them, I wasn't coming. When I got there, they showed me. Everybody was just geared up. But the thing is it was pavilions, and it was just this one area, and happened to be the one that I was in, and it was clear to me that they were being picked on. And then they, the police pulled me aside and asked me about it. Are you aware of this, and this, and are you having a church service? And I said, no, I'm not having a church service. I said, but these people have been waiting to do their mom service for 6 months. And I said, come on. I said, are you serious? I said, you have 6 police cars out here with everything that's happening, and you need to do this. Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
And he says, well, what does it? I said, look, every cop that you have is white.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And there's a certain way. If you want respect, then you make sure you come in with respect. So when he came in, until he saw me, seriously, when the police officer saw me with my robe and clergy collar on, that's when things stopped. But it shouldn't have to be that way. But he was before that, it was like, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what was happening. And people were videotaping it. And so he said, oh, so this is, you guys are having I said, we're having a memorial service. And then they said, okay, well, stand down. When I heard that, I was like, okay, Lord, I really need to get to this Zoom meeting because, you know, I sure would hate for someone to turn on the news and find out I've been arrested. So I said, sir, I said, and they had to come through the people to get to me because I was at the platform, but the platform was low. So.
Okay, so we're now at 8:14 and we promised people until 8:15 that we would be here. So Maya, I guess if you have some closing, and Dr. Jacqueline, you'll start us out the next time.
You know, I guess in closing, thank you, by the way, Dr. Jacqueline. In closing, I'll just say, again, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for watching the documentary. Looks like the link was provided in the chat there. So, you know, share it amongst your friends and family and neighbors. And I think that this is a great conversation starter for some circles and a great conversation continuer for other circles. And please, for the folks that consider themselves allies, please do not let your comfort come at the expense of someone else's pain. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you, Naya.
Thank you, Naya. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks everybody for coming. The attendance certificate is
Thank you, Naya.
Thank you.
The attendance certificate is in the chat. If you're here for continuing ed credits, we are applying for those credits. So we never know what we're gonna get, but there's your certificate. And the next event is July 11th, 10 a.m. It's the second Saturday, every month, the second Saturday for the Healing the Divide, where we're asking the question, what's it gonna take before we're ready to heal the divide, and how do we walk through that together? So thank you everybody for joining us, and any last thoughts anybody wants to share?
Since I didn't get a chance to start off with the group, I want to say this. There is no power greater than a community discovering what it cares about. Ask what is possible, not what is wrong. Keep asking, notice what you care about. Assume that many others share your dreams. Be brave enough to start a conversation that matters. It doesn't matter who it is with. Talk to people you know and talk to people you don't know. Talk to people you never talked to. Be intrigued by the differences you hear and you have with one another. Expect to be surprised. Treasure curiosity more than certainty. Invite in everybody who cares to work with you with the impossible. Acknowledge that everyone is an expert about something. Know that creative solutions come from new connections. So I ask you again, what is your story? What is your truth? Y'all have a blessed evening.
Thanks, Jacqueline. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Your voice brings a peace and, you know, like an assurance in the state of our well-being right now. So thank you so much, Jacqueline.
You're welcome. Take care and be blessed, everybody.
And new board members, Lori will be reaching out with when the next board meeting is.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye. Good night.